Hey everyone, and welcome to the stream. My name is Raymond, and I'm a game developer and the creator of The Street King. Now, I spent almost the past decade alone just working on this one project. So this game has gone through a ton throughout the past around 8 or so years. So I started off working on this way back when I was still not even an adult yet, and then I spent a lot of time working on it, released the game, and then spent some more time updating the game, and so a lot has changed with this game. Now in today's video, what I'm going to be doing is trying to beat my own game as fast as possible. So I'm going to be going through this with a lot of prior knowledge about how the game works, obviously since I developed this game, but I'm also going to be skipping all of the cutscenes and stuff like that just to get the fastest time possible. Now before we start, I just wanted to lay out a few rules for this speedrun of sorts. So one of the rules that we agreed with through a series of polls in my Discord server was that I would have the 1.5 times money earnings multiplier active, which you can get if you get the remove ads in-app purchase. And so that'll help reduce the amount of grinding that's required in the game. The other thing is that I am not allowed to skip chase challenges using money. So there are challenges in the game where you have to escape a police pursuit after earning a certain amount of fine or a certain amount of time has elapsed in that pursuit. However, you could skip those using cash. But for this speed run, I'm not allowed to do that. So I have to beat all of those without skipping. Now with that being said, let's go ahead and get started with the run. So I'm going to start the timer as soon as I press the first button in game. So we're going to have like the intro screen play and everything, and I'll do a bit of setup. And then once I start the game by pressing a button, that's going to be when the timer begins. So let's go ahead and get the game pulled up. Might take a bit for it to show up on the stream. There we go. And let me just get some stuff set up so I can actually see the screen. There we go. Okay. And so as soon as I press a button, that's when we're going to start the timer. So, ready, set, go. So I'm going to try and beat the tutorial as fast as possible, and same goes for all the other levels, so I'm just going to be mashing the A button every time we get to like a cutscene or a tips menu, just so we can skip that as fast as possible. And I already hit a car, which is not ideal, but guess it could be worse. Alright. And that's pretty much the tutorial, so as soon as this cutscene ends, I'm going to mark the split for the tutorial. And once that happens, I'm actually just going to mash A again, just so we can buy the first car and start going out into the world as fast as possible. So there's the tutorial. Now I'm going to mash A. And so what that did was that purchased the first car and brought us back out into the world as fast as possible. Skip that. There was another series of tutorials. And then we're going to be going on to the first race. I'm going to be trying to beat every race in King difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty. Skip that cutscene. Whoa, that guy just got in my way. That was a bit of a time loss. And Dave just crashed. So for the first tier in the game, you can actually beat the entire first 10 races using just the first car without any modifications, which is nice because that means I don't have to go back to the garage to upgrade it. So someone asked how you can use a controller. Actually, on Android or iOS devices, actually both of them support Bluetooth controllers. So what I have is an Xbox controller. You can actually just hook that up using Bluetooth, and then it'll automatically adjust to the controller being connected and allow you to use that for input. first race, pretty simple, just a series of turns that we have to go around, and then after that, we'll be on to the next one. Yeah, and I don't even see the AI right now. They're like way out behind us. I think the Switch Pro controller should work with, what's it called? With Android and iOS devices. I think actually recently iOS just got an update that allowed those controllers to work with it. So before, Switch Pro controllers actually would not work with iOS devices, but I think the latest iOS update fixed that. Right, on to the second race. Alright, skip the cutscene and everything as fast as possible. Luckily, as soon as you press the start race button, it automatically starts off with King difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty highlighted. And so because of that, I don't have to waste time scrolling through the difficulty options. I can just mash the A button and start the race as soon as possible. Oh no, that was a very bad turn. I don't think it'll be too big of a deal right now, especially this early in the run though, since the AI are pretty easy to start off with in the game, so it doesn't really matter that much if you crash. It's just a few seconds lost in the speedrun. So with Switch Pro controllers and mobile devices, I think you should still be able to use Bluetooth with them. So the Pro controller has like this little button on the top of the controller that you can press to sync with different devices. I think that works for Bluetooth. I'm not entirely sure on that though. You might want to double check like on a tutorial or something. Whoops, took that turn a little too fast. But that's okay. AI is nowhere to be seen, so as long as we don't have to repeat any races, it won't be a huge time loss. Alright, and there's the second race. Let's keep going to the next race. That's going to be Double Trouble over around just the block. There we are. I honestly have no idea how long this speedrun is going to take, so hopefully I'm not going to be stuck here forever. Yeah, so every single race in this speedrun is going to be done on the maximum difficulty, which is King difficulty. Now, part of the reason is not just because I want to show off, it's also because King difficulty gives you the most cash. And so if you don't want to have to repeat races in order to earn more money, you want to do them all on the hardest difficulty to start off with, just so you can get as much money as fast as possible. I think the race after this is going to be the first time trial in the game, so we'll make our way over to there very shortly. The license plate is just the default plate, by the way. Someone asked what the license plate is. So, since this is a speedrun, I'm not going to have any time to actually customize the cars, since it's just a waste of time and money. Alright, there's the first time trial. Oops, overshot that corner a bit. Oof, that was bad. I wasn't sure which way to go around that light pole there, so I ended up going straight into it. Okay, and I think the best thing to do after this race is actually use the reset car button, because we're gonna have to make a U-turn, and so it's faster to use that button than it is to actually just stop manually. So since hitting the reset button instantly kills all your momentum, that's a lot better to use the U-turn. Okay, we can't race this guy. Oops. That's not what we wanted. Yeah, so sometimes free roam racers will appear, and those could be actually good for the speedrun, because when you're driving between races, you're going to have to go that distance anyways, but the advantage of racing a free roam racer during that time is that you'll be able to make some extra cash on the side, so that could be an important part of the speedrun later on. Unfortunately, the first free roam racer we ran into is someone we can't actually race against, so that was just a bit of time lost there. So I think the strategy for the speedrun is going to be completing all of Tier 1 with the stock Plastica, which is the car that I'm driving right now. And then for Tier 2 onwards, I'm going to buy a car from Tier 2 and then just upgrade that car for the rest of the game all the way up through Tier 5 and the final boss race. I don't think it's worth sticking with a Tier 1 car for the entire game, since the Tier 1 cars are just too slow. But some of the Tier 2 cars are pretty good, so there's no need to buy any new cars past that point. You can just upgrade. Speaking of cars, so actually I'm going to let chat decide. So what car do you think I should get for Tier 2? Since, like I said, once I finish Tier 1, I'm going to have to buy a car for Tier 2, and then we're just going to upgrade that and use that for the rest of the game. So what car do you think I should use for Tier 2? And I'll go based off of both what chat seems to like and also what I think would be good for the speedrun, since some of the cars are a bit too weak for the speedrun. And also this is going to be partially decided by how much cash we end up with as well, which can be influenced by if we get lucky and run into any free roam racers along the way. Ooh, that was a bad turn. Hopefully they don't catch me. I don't think they will. It's gonna be a little close though. Okay, so I see a lot of votes for the Bullet, so I think we might go with that. That's a pretty good choice since it's honestly already pretty close to Tier 3, so... Alright. And so Jordan just brakes immediately at the beginning of this race, since I didn't want him to run away from the player, but that makes it so that we can easily overtake. And so after this race is going to be the first chase challenge in the game. So chase challenges require you to start a police chase, and then it's going to ask you to either keep the chase going for a certain amount of time and escape, or accrue a certain amount of fine and then escape. The first one is going to be a 1-minute police chase. Now the difficult part of this, well, not really difficult, but I guess the part that can be annoying here is that we need to actually find a cop in the first place to start the chase, and so that can be a lot of time lost in a speedrun. So we're just going to have to see if we find any cops and get lucky. Okay, so time for the first chase challenge, and we're just gonna have to drive around a bit and see if we find any cops. I'm not sure how this is going to go. I'm gonna head over towards the main road again, just because there's a higher traffic density there. Whoops. And so we want to go to a place with a higher traffic density because there's going to be more cars in general, which also just means a higher chance of finding a cop. Okay, and hopefully this doesn't take too long. This can probably make or break a speedrun. So I guess if you are actually like trying to be competitive about a speedrun in this game, then this first chase challenge right here would probably be the first big reset point, where if you can't find a cop, you just reset the run. Now for today's speedrun, I'm not going to reset. I'm just going to roll with whatever happens. So even if I make some big mistakes, I'm just going to keep the run going, just because I don't want to be here all day with this speedrun, and this is more just for fun than trying to be competitive or anything. Okay, still no cops. That's kind of unfortunate. I think an alternative strategy is that we could actually try and start a race which has cops in it, and then make use of those cops, but it's kind of far, although at this point we're actually almost already all the way back to the city, so we might as well do that if we don't find any cops. Oh, there's a cop. Okay. So I need to cause this cop to just tail me for a minute and then escape. And so I'm going to go ahead and start heading back to the canyon, since that's going to be where the next race is anyways. I need to make sure not to escape too early either, since if we do that, then we're not going to pass the chase challenge. So like here, oh no, I'm just going to have to... Oh no, looks like... Okay, we barely got that cop to keep chasing us there. That was almost a very, very big time loss if we accidentally escaped the cop too early. Okay, so now at this point, I think I can just make a run for it, because by the time I escape, the minute is going to be up anyways. So I can just drive as fast as I want now. Alright, and there's the first chase challenge completed, so now we can make our way on to the next race. Alright, 3-lap race, a bit long for a tier 1 race. I don't think this should be a problem though. I think the hardest races in tier 1 are actually going to be the boss races, which makes sense, but we're going to have a pretty underpowered car going into those because we've spent 0 money upgrading this, and this is completely stock still. I think we're making decent pace right now. I think around half an hour is probably like the very rough target for finishing tier 1, and that was just unlucky, so blind corner couldn't do anything about it. But the AI crashed into that traffic car too, so at least we didn't lose the race. Just a couple more times around. Hopefully we don't get hit by someone in this blind corner again. Alright, this time it's clear. Another car in the oncoming lane, so if we got there a bit earlier we might not have seen them. Alright, last lap. Well, there's a lot of traffic there. Luckily we made it through. So, Rebellion recommended that I use the Christmas bonus cash, but I don't think that's really fair for a speedrun. So the goal here, since this is a speedrun, is to complete the game without using like outside bonuses or anything like that. Now I know I have the 1.5 times cash multiplier active, but it just feels a bit cheaty to use something like a once-a-year award for that sort of thing. Okay, now on to the next race, which is going to be our first getaway challenge. It's too bad that we have to skip all the cutscenes since I actually spent a lot of time working on these, but since this is a speed run, we want to get through everything as fast as we can. Hopefully we can lose the cops in those rocks. Yep. So the biggest time loss here can come if you accidentally get stopped by the cops. Even if you don't get fully arrested, if they manage to get in the way of your car, that can be pretty annoying. So I took that route through the rocks just to make sure that they wouldn't be able to follow me very well. I'm going to take this dirt path up here since there's actually a roadblock down on the road. So if I go above, I'm going to be able to bypass all of that. Make this jump. And just cut straight across the dirt, ignoring the roads. Here, I think we can cut pretty deep across the dirt as well. And I think by doing that, we actually have managed to avoid that cop spawn. So there's supposed to be one more cop spawn there, but that route that I took managed to get rid of them. And so because of that, we're going to be able to start the next race pretty quickly. Alright, so here is the first boss of the game. This is going to be Seiji. It's 2 races against him in the mountains. And these races can be a bit annoying with the stock Plastico because Seiji's car is considerably faster. You can see right off the bat, just from a standstill, when we both accelerate, he immediately pulls in front of me. So I'm going to have to get him in the corners. Or hope that he makes a mistake, I guess. Like that. And we have the lead. Now the difficult part is going to be holding that lead. So right now I think we should be fine, but later on the road gets a bit straighter, which is going to allow him to use his higher top end speed and acceleration to his advantage. He's already kind of getting close right now. Ooh, that was close. I almost hit that guy. And Seiji is going to hit that truck, which is nice. Okay, so this is the part where Seiji can catch us because his car is just so much faster than ours. and so he can't make use of better driving ability through corners. He's just going to be able to outrun us on straights. And so we might have to block or hope that he hits a traffic car. You see he's already creeping back up behind us on the map. And I think I just heard him crash. He didn't seem to lose too much time though, since I still see his name bump. Oh, there we go, there he's gone. I'm just going to take the safe route here and avoid going onto the oncoming lane, even though it's the better racing line, just because I don't want to get screwed over by some blind corners again, especially since we're so close to the end of the race and Seiji's drawing a bit nearer now. I don't think it should be a problem though. We're almost at the finish. Alright, there's the first race against Seiji. That crash actually benefited us a lot because we wanted to turn around and make a U-turn, and since we crashed at the end, that stopped us. And so we were able to turn around a lot faster. Time for the final race against Seiji, and this is also the final Tier 1 race. Whoa. Did not expect that. Okay, hopefully Seiji makes some mistakes so we're able to just pass him, and we're making mistakes right now. We do not want to be driving into the wall like that. Ooh, that's not looking too good. Hopefully we're able to make up time. That was not a good start to this race. And Seiji has crashed, which is good. We're able to pass him now. And so now I'm just going to try to grow my lead as much as possible, so I'm not going to have to worry about him in the uphill climb part of the mountain. That, again, is going to be another difficult part because our car's pretty underpowered, so going uphill is a struggle for the stock Plastico. Nowhere in sight right now. This jump we're going to have to make sure just to stay as straight as possible so we don't end up with a flip. Almost hit that traffic car. This jump is a bit fun, so instead of using the handbrake to make this turn, we're actually just going to turn slightly before the jump, like that, so that our car gets a bit of rotation and is able to drift through the turn. Seiji's still pretty far back, so that's good. If he starts getting close, that's when it's a concern, because as we make our way up the mountain, if we get hit by a car in a blind corner or something like that, and if he's close, we're just kind of screwed. We don't really have the speed to make it up on an uphill. I think we should look good, so almost done with Tier 1. And I think chat decided that we should buy the bullet for Tier 2. And there's Tier 1. So now we're going to jump back to the garage, go to the showroom, and purchase the bullet. So where is the bullet? There we are. And now we're going to start the first Tier 2 race. And we're going to have to immediately make a turn here. I think we're going to be able to beat all of Tier 2 with a stock bullet, since Tier 2 is ranks 200 through 299, and this is already a rank 297 car. And so we're going to just probably fly through all of Tier 2 without ever returning to the garage. And then for Tier 3, that's when we're going to finally start buying some upgrades. Acceleration with the bullet is pretty good early on. Gets us the lead very quickly. So once we beat Tier 2, we're going to have a fair amount of money saved up, and we're just going to want to upgrade the bullet as much as possible. And then do all of Tier 3, hopefully also without needing to return to the garage. Took that turn a little bit too wide. I'm actually not as familiar with where the Tier 2 races are, so I might have to take a look at the map from time to time just to see where the next race is going to take place. I actually have no idea how much money we have right now, since I didn't bother checking. I just know that it was enough to buy the bullet, which is really all that's important for this stage in the speedrun, I guess. Okay, there's a bus there. Let's see if we can squeeze around it. Going through the final turn. I think the next race is going to go up the mountain. I don't remember what I named it exactly. Let's see. Somewhere here. Oh, it's in the tunnel, that's right. Mountain climber. Going to be a little aggressive with the overtake. And now we are just going to have to make our way up the rest of the mountain. So right now our car is actually pretty overpowered relative to the other Tier 2 racers, since they're all in early Tier 2 right now, and our car is towards the tail end of Tier 2, so pretty good. 11,556 cash left. Okay, so I think that's a decent amount. By the time we finish Tier 2, we should probably have another like 50 or 60,000 added to that, maybe even more. Oof, that was bad. This turn can be a little tricky because of the toll booth that you have to go through. This turn also can be tricky, since if you're too fast and you brake too late, your car will end up flying, so your brakes won't be able to do anything if you're airborne. And Tonga is actually caught up. Interesting. Did not expect that this early, but I think we should be able to hold the lead, no problem. Just as long as we don't crash. looks like Tanya spun out there. I don't know what happened. Maybe she crashed? I think the next race is going to bring us down into the town. I think that might actually be what the race is called, if I remember correctly. Yep, down into town. I don't think we need the brakes on the downhill if we're good with the handbrake, but it can be a little risky to run without ever using the normal brakes. Is Tier 2 the longest tier in the game? I think Tier 5 should still be longer. So even though the cars are so much faster in Tier 5, so you cover a lot more distance, the races are also just a lot longer. So every tier has 20 races, except for Tier 1, which only has 10. So there's a total of 5 tiers, and that gives us 90 races in the campaign that I'm going to complete today. So far we've completed all of Tier 1, and we're working our way through Tier 2 now. Alright, on to the next race. And this is Small Town Speeders. You can cut through the repair shop there as a bit of a distance shortcut, but I don't think it actually saves time. Since you have to slow down so much more, it's probably better just to stay on the main road still. Oh, that traffic car. Cut into exactly the wrong angle. Also, for those curious what device I'm playing this on, I'm actually playing this on my computer, just so I can stream and have all the streaming software together. So, obviously this is designed to be a mobile game, but mobile streaming software just isn't really there yet. So like all sorts of things like the speedrun time overlay and the chat overlay, those sorts of things are just annoying to get set up on mobile. There's a cop there. Hopefully we're not going to lose too much time. Just going to try and escape as fast as possible. Wall ride here. Alright, that's good. No time lost with the cop. And so this race actually has cops in it, which means that we can go back and start this race in order to get the cops on us instantly when we have a chase challenge. And so that's going to be a pretty big time save, because it means we don't have to go around searching for random cop spawns. I will say it's been a while since I've done some of these races, so I might not remember everything quite too perfectly. Especially with these getaways and other races with cops in them, a big part of doing well is learning where the cops spawn and how to quickly deal with them and take the right line so that they don't hit you. So it might take a bit for me to get my memory back on this. So Kyoji says in some areas it might be better to get arrested because you'll just teleport to the nearest police station. That's probably true, yeah, that would make sense. I think that I haven't really gotten enough of like an optimized route planned out for that to really be effective though. I think in order for that to be a good strategy, you'd have to like really spend a lot of time planning things out. Next race. And what is this one? I think this is the Toku Toge race, if I remember correctly. Too bad we're gonna have to skip the cutscene at the beginning. Gonna run on them up the hill, and we're way past them. So Moha Legend asked if I watched an initial D. I did actually. It was quite a while ago. I think back when I was in high school is when I watched most of the show. I actually finished the whole show. I think looking back, there was a lot of questionable plot elements. Like, it was not the best plot. A lot of it was just, haha, Takumi goes fast because he's good or something and everyone else sucks, and also plot armor. But it was still entertaining enough, I guess. A bit of air. That a bit wide. This jump we're going to have to slow down a lot on just so we don't slam into that covered bridge right there and lose a lot of time. I'm going to take this very conservatively. Like, I know you can go a lot faster and even hit the roof and still make the jump, but I don't want to risk it since, like, the risk reward just isn't worth it. You might save like a second max, but you could lose like 10 there if you mess up. Alright, so this is the next chase challenge. So I'm going to actually start driving back to the uphill battle race. And if we encounter a cop on the way, then we're going to start the chase challenge. But if we don't, then we're just going to start the uphill battle race and use that to get the cops on us for the chase challenge. And I think we need a fine of 2,000. Oops, I went the wrong way. I think it's much faster to go the other way. And so when we do get the cops on us, the fastest way to increase your fine is going to be to repeatedly ram the cops. So hitting stuff increases your fine, driving fast also increases your fine, but hitting cops in particular makes it go up the fastest. And let's see, can someone actually remind me what the next race is after this? You know what, maybe I should pull up the race list, since when I do this chase challenge, I'll want to be going in the direction of the next race, and I don't actually remember where it is. Maybe I should have pulled that up beforehand. Honestly, we might as well do this race just for some extra cash, because we're making our way over to the chase challenge anyways. Okay, we're taking up a lot of time trying to find these cops. Alright, I think we're just gonna have to start the race. Oh, playing dirty. So I think that's down... Yeah, that's down at the highway on-ramp at the bottom of this mountain. So we're going to start this race and then immediately quit. And what that accomplishes is it gets the cops to chase us at least. And I want to get fine fast, so let's ram this dude. So you see there, we went from like a fine of 400 bucks all the way up to like 900 just from a single hit. Going a bit slow right now. I'm gonna try and catch this cop on the trees, and then after that I think we can just make a run for it. So let's see. Come on, hit the tree. Hit the tree. There we go. Oops, I spun out. Alright, so we already have the fine, so now we just need to get away from the cops. This guy is not getting off of my quarter panel, which is a bit annoying. Oh no, we just got roadblocked. So when this happens, we just need to head away. That's unfortunate. There's nothing really we could do there. So I'm just going to drive away and try and escape the cops and then head back down. I have to just head up here, but once we go past them again, we should be fine to escape. Okay, so there we've done the chase challenge. Let's see. Okay, we can get this guy to race with us, which is nice, so we can earn a bit of extra cash. Oh, whoop. I think I accidentally hit the B button. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I think I've been playing too much on my Switch, which has inverted A and B buttons from the Xbox controller. So I tried to hit the A button, but I hit where the A button is on the Switch controller instead of on the Xbox controller, which meant that I hit the back button instead. Alright, so finally we have a free roam racer, which is going to give us a bit of extra cash without really costing any time. Sorry, truck. Just cut that guy off. Okay, so here's playing dirty. So we're gonna have to catch up since we start pretty far back. So we did skip the cutscene, but basically what happens is that in the cutscene is this other racer rams us, and so that's why the race is called playing dirty, and that's also why we start so far back. But we're able to get the lead again pretty quickly, so no problem there. Ooh, that was kind of close. We want to slow down. We don't want that cop to start chasing us. The AI are actually a bit faster on this race than I remember. Didn't think they would hold so well with me. Like, they're right there. Second lap. Yeah, again, the AI is right on my tail. So if I made any mistakes, I would actually probably fall behind if I crashed or something. They lost a lot of speed through that corner, though. I think they overdrove it and just lost too much with the drift. Okay. Now, is this super stock cars up next. I think this race and Left Turn Legend are kind of notorious for being a little difficult, so we'll see if that destroys our run. Oh no, I don't think this is super stock cars quite yet. This is something else. Oh, fresh air, that's right. This brings us to the countryside, I believe. And a lot of this race is just a straightaway, so we're probably gonna have to catch them pretty soon, otherwise we might not. Oh, that was not good. Okay, I'm just gonna restart. I don't think that we can make up there, so yeah, it's better just to restart there than to take the time loss of trying to do the whole race and losing. Since there's such a long straightaway that if you crash before the straightaway, you're not going to be able to make up ground. And you'll see what I mean when we get there. Okay, Farmland Frenzy is the next race. Thanks for the update. And so right here. So this entire time, you're basically building up a run to go as fast as you can across this bridge. And since I crashed in the previous attempt, that would just not have been possible to make up the time here. Yeah, so if this was your first playthrough of the game, this would be your introduction to the countryside area of the map. So you already went through the city, some of the mountains, and very briefly in the desert in Tier 1. But this is going to be the first time you ever encounter these. Whoa, this countryside. That was a very bad turn there. Should have gone a little closer to the inside, so I didn't do that. Whoops. Daniel Silva Martins, hi. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but alright. And so Farmland Frenzy's next. We're gonna have to make our way around with a U-turn. See if we can race this person. Yes, we can. Oops. Let's put this here. Yeah. Whoops. Not again. I think I hit the B button again. Alright, that's fine. We'll just go without the extra cash. Oops. Now, where is the race? Oh, this is an interesting turn in. That's right, it starts off-road. Crop dusters flying by. Have 3 cars. Whoa, not sure what happened there. Rip Perochi, I don't know what happened to him there. Well, I guess we'll take that, so we're in the lead now. Don't mind the fact that there's a bug in my own game that pops up when I'm live streaming.
But then you play your guitar, watch as the dreams of blood pour off the scar. But when I finally quit all the singing with one last note, when the monsters in my head finally rip out my throat, and I die on the stage,
Feel the crop duster. Yeah, there it is, flying back behind us. Just need to hold on to the lead. Weiss asked if I plan on making more songs for the Street King. Wait, it's kind of hard to read chat right now. Like Sunrise, and will there be songs for Left Turn Legend as well? I want to do more songs for Left Turn Legend. I don't think I'll do more for the Street King though. I'm not exactly sure how that'll pan out though. We'll have to wait and see, based on like how development goes. And here is the last lap. Almost very bad. Actually sent the traffic car into the AI, I think. Final turn. And there's our victory. Through the barn and past the school for our next race. So the map wants us to go this way, but I think it's actually faster just to go straight. So going to the right through the school is going to be the shorter route, but not the faster route, since we have to slow down so much to make one turn. Let's go. This car's acceleration is still holding up very well. We're outrunning all of the AI on launch. Slow down a bit here just so we don't go crazy with this jump and wreck. This is about the middle of Tier 2 right now, so we still have probably like 10-ish more Tier 2 races to do, and then we'll be on to Tier 3. Yeah, Ryan's car and actually Hirochi's from the previous race as well were both engine swapped at V8s. Alright, make this U-turn. And I think Kyoji mentioned next is going to be Median Madness, or maybe run... Yeah, Median Madness. I think we want to still go around here, just because cutting off into the dirt is going to slow us down so much more. So Weiss asked if it was hard to develop the Street King and what was the hardest between modeling or programming. So I'd say that overall, this project was too big for a solo developer, really. Like, I don't think that I would repeat a project of this scale, especially not on my own. And so the most difficult part was just how large this project got in terms of the amount of content it had, the amount of like programming and models I had to do. It was really fun, I think. And there was a lot of learning taking place where I had to figure out how to program along the way. Like, I learned better 3D modeling techniques over time, but it's also so much work, and so managing the scope of this project was definitely the hardest part for me. So Daniel Silva asked if I consider bringing the Street King to PC. So I actually have thought about that before. I'm still not sure on it or not. I don't know, I'm not fully decided on that yet. So, as I mentioned earlier, I am actually running this on a PC build. It's just, there's a number of things that are kind of janky or don't work correctly that I'm just not going to show in this live stream because it's not fully updated for PC yet. There's still just some random things that I haven't added functionality for. Oh, Cake said there's a problem going on here. What's happening? One more lap around this median course. I think the AI just wrecked each other. We both tried to go around that turn as fast as they could and then ended up hooking each other. There, I was going into the turn too fast, so I intentionally hit the wall to slow myself down. That being said, I'm not actually sure if it's faster to do that. Now that I think of it, it might have actually been optimal to enter the corner too fast and then hit the wall on purpose. So people messing around in chat. Okay, I might actually have to pause the speedrun just for a moment to moderate chat. So yeah, let's actually do that. Alright, just a second. Okay, so Cake, you should be a moderator now on chat, so what that should allow you to do is just delete any messages that are going to be offensive or anything. So hopefully that should resolve all of the issues we have here. Okay, and I'm going to resume the run. I did not mean to spin out my opponent, but they just cut in front of me, so that's not really my fault. Okay, so Super Stock Cars is after Highway Battle. Yeah, that spinning out my opponent does make it an easy win, but it does lose me a little time since my goal here isn't just to beat the AI, it's to do it as fast as possible, and so they slowed me down by getting in my way, and so that was still a net negative for us. We could have passed them cleanly if they hadn't cut in front of our nose. Super stock cars. I think it might be faster to keep going straight than to pull a Yui. Alright, so yep, this is Super Stock Cars. I think Left Turn Legend is probably the harder of the two races. And yes, I did actually make an entire game just from the name Left Turn Legend. We cut through here to gain a lot of time on these AI. Getting on me a bit. But here I think we gain so much time on them since they go wide on that corner. Final lap. White flag, 1 to go. Yeah, so there is not a right turn legend, but there is a right turn rebel game mode in Left Turn Legend, where you just go across the track backwards, and everyone's coming at you head on. Alright, next we have Left Turn Legend. Kind of lost track of which race number we're on, so every 10 races there will be a chase challenge, so it's been a while since the previous one, so we might be coming up on that soon. And we don't want to speed next to this cop because that'll be a huge time loss if we start a chase here on accident. Whoa. That was pretty much unavoidable for me, I think. There's nothing I could do. Luckily we're able to take the corners much better than these guys. They have very poor handling and braking. So on the straights they kind of pull away. You see, I actually exited the corner much faster than them, but they're still like keeping up with me despite that, just because of their acceleration. But every time we have a corner, that's when I'm able to make up a lot of ground on them. They both overshot that corner, which is going to allow us to get a pretty big lead now. See how they do on this corner. Bert, sorry, drove that fine. Bale overdrove and hit the wall though. And now Bert is going to fly past me with that straight line speed. But another corner, another chance for us to overtake on the outside. And he's gonna spin me. That's great. Okay, hopefully we're able to make up time here. There was pretty much nothing I could do. I am not sure if we're going to be able to win this race still, because that spin right there just cost us a lot. Clean overtake on the outside of Bale. And now we just gotta track Bert back down after he spun us out. I'm just gonna let Bale by. He's going way too fast for his own good. Alright, comes down to the last corner. And Bert is going to overshoot the corner. And I have the lead once again. Okay. Next race. I think this is American Muscle? Is that this race? Or maybe that's a different one. I just know this one has Matt in it and some police, I believe. And I want to say that next chase challenge is after this, so this might be a race where we want to keep the police on us on purpose. We'll have to see how this pans out. So Matt is going to wreck, and we're going to get a pretty big lead. So Guise asked if I have a SoundCloud. I actually do. It's linked over in my Discord server. I don't know if I have it linked here on YouTube though. It just has a couple of songs on it that are all from the Street King. I don't have any additional songs on it or anything. I'm just gonna block Matt right there to get us a little bump. Okay, it was not worth waiting for the cop there. Because I would have just lost the race to Matt if I tried to keep the cop on my tail. Okay then. I did not expect that to happen. I think Matt tried to go around me and accidentally hit the hit the wall instead. Oh gosh, he is fast. Oh wow. Okay, so we're gonna have to restart that. Matt just completely flew past us there. Okay, so that's our second failed race so far. First was against Ryan on fresh air. And that's just going to happen from time to time. Let's try that again. Try and get a big lead so that Matt is not going to be able to run us down with his straight line speed. Yeah, that first time I tried blocking him, but I went one way and he faked me out and just went the other, so can't really do anything there. So here's the part where it gets a little scary and he might be able to run us down on the straightaway. Yeah, I see him, but I don't think he can. Yeah, he doesn't have the speed to catch us. Okay, so 2-minute police chase. So we're gonna just head back to the same race. If we encounter a cop along the way, then that's fine. But if we don't, we can just start the race and immediately quit in order to get the cops on us. And I think I took the wrong route here. Oh, that's okay. Crash the party is next, okay. Yeah, I'm a bit sad I have to skip all these cutscenes since this is a speed run. Because there are a lot of nice cutscenes that I spent a lot of time working on, but what can you do? And that was the second chase challenge in Tier 2, so that means we're getting pretty close to the end of Tier 2 now. And we got a cop. Nice. So we just need to get the cop to chase us for 2 minutes and then escape. I think the helicopter shows up around 2 minutes and 15 seconds into a police chase, so this is actually a bit of a tight window for us to escape. We're going to have to get rid of the cop and make sure that... So we're going to have to make sure we escape the cop after 2 minutes, but before 2 minutes and 15 seconds, because if we're too late on the escape, then the helicopter is going to appear, and it's going to make it so that we lose a lot of time. Oh no. Alright, just gonna reset there, don't want to risk anything happening. And there are a lot of cops on me now, so this is gonna be fun. Let's see if we can time our escape. So, around minute 45 is probably when we should... I guess we need to start getting out of range around a minute 50 seconds. So let's see. Let's sit right here a bit. And we want to pop out of their range at a minute 50. We're not going to quite make it. Yeah, we're a bit too fast for us. Okay, we can still get the good timing. Oh no, there's another cop there, that's unlucky. Alright, I think we're gonna lose time to the helicopter now just because we got unlucky with these cop spawns. And that definitely did not help either. Yep, there's the helicopter, so we've lost a lot of time there. Yeah, it might be faster just to run for the tunnel, lose the cop there, and then run back to the city. Actually, I think the strategy here is to lose the cops through the tunnel, and then instead of driving back to the city, I'm going to actually just quit and return to the garage. And when I quit and return to the garage, I can go back out and exit through the garage, which means we'll already be back in the city again. Some spikes right there, we don't want to hit those. Yeah, we've already lost a minute to this chase, so... Alright, here's the tunnel. Now we just want to wait here and make sure no cops are going to come. Oh no, there's a cop there. Where did he come from? This is not going too well. Okay. I'm just gonna drive back to the city then, since we're probably gonna have to do that anyways, just to lose this cop. And then by the time we get back, it'll probably be faster just to... Oh my gosh, another cop. I'm getting very unlucky with these cop spawns right now. Finally. And at this point we're so close to the city that it's not even worth quitting back to the garage to get there. We might as well just drive there the rest of the way. Alright, so this is Crash the Party. Actually, for the bullet, is the supercharger or the turbocharger the better option? Yeah, next race. Oh, okay, Tokuma. Yep, and that's going to be our introduction to the Tier 2 boss. Oh, that turn was not good at all. Oh no. And I think they're going to just wreck each other, so that worked out in our favor. Okay, so actually, I think I'll just buy a maxed out supercharger then, since we should have enough money. I think the maxed out superchargers and turbochargers are all 50k apiece. So I think it's Tokuma, then Blood Rivalry, and then Twin Turbo Takedown is the last race in Tier 2, if I remember correctly. Since we're accelerating here, we can just cut through here, and that's going to be faster. And I accidentally tagged Tokuma, so whatever. I think I should also increase the steering bias all the way to max oversteer while we're at it in the garage for Tier 3, just so we can take corners a little better. Cake, sorry, you asked about braking. What is the context of this? Could you, like, be more specific with the question? I might be missing something here. Going through oncoming traffic there. For Tier 3, just buy a supercharger and tires. Yeah, that would make sense. Since you don't want to waste money buying anything that isn't the maxed out upgrade anyways, so... if you can't afford a maxed out upgrade, you just shouldn't buy anything at all. You should just... So Cake said instead of using the handbrake, slow down with brakes. I think it's faster to handbrake around the corners, since you carry a lot more speed when you do that. Alright, so now this is Blood Rivalry. Yeah, we're still able to out-accelerate everyone just with a stock bullet. Yeah, we'll see how much money we have. So if we have 100,000, then we can max out 2 items. If we only have 50,000, then we can really only get a maxed supercharger and turbocharger. I think we should get the supercharger. Yeah, not Ninja Fighter said, I like how viewers are helping during the speedrun, and yeah, I really appreciate the help, since there's a lot of stuff that is going on that even I don't know everything there is to know about this game, even though I made it all. There's so many different emergent behaviors that really only pop up after you combine multiple different upgrades together, and so it's impossible for me to know all of them, so you guys are being really helpful here. Tier 2 is taking almost an hour, actually more than an hour already. Tier 5 is going to be pretty long, especially considering how there's a 15-minute chase challenge and the final race alone is like 10 minutes. So Cake, I'm actually intending to use the bullet all the way to the end of the game. Since we're trying to speedrun here, we don't want to waste time buying cars and stuff that we don't need. And I believe the bullet should probably actually be the best shot of that. Since we're on a budget, we can't really go back and grind races for more cash. Well, I guess we could, but we really don't want to just because of the time it'll waste. Oh, there, we just turned Takuma again. The car's a bit too fast. And that traffic car just turned me. So this is the final race of Tier 2. So after this, we're going to head back to the garage, upgrade our car to Tier 3 as much as we can, and then head back out to do the Tier 3 races. Yeah, I'm thinking that I agree with you that Nitro should probably wait until Tier 5, since it isn't that useful until you have a surplus of money. Yeah, Cake says, I remember you used the bullet in the last race when you released this game, so yeah, this is kind of a nice callback to that. So that turn right there, you need to intentionally overshoot and go too fast, just so the cops that spawn from the side don't hit you. Yeah, brakes, again, are something that really aren't worth buying until you have too much money. Right, and we're almost done with Tier 2. Oh gosh, that was very close. And there's Tier 2. So now we're on to Tier 3. We're going to want to upgrade the car. How much cash do we have? We have 162,000. That's a lot. So we can get a maxed out supercharger. We can, I'm just gonna go ahead for the tires, honestly. We can get tires. What are we right now? We're already 372. We might as well buy something else. Let's see. Brakes, we don't need. Maybe, is it worth getting max suspension already? I'll just go with max suspension now. So, okay, we don't need a restrictor plate our car, so that's good. So, I think this should be enough to get us through Tier 3. And, oh, I think I forgot to up the steer bias. Oops. So we have a very grippy car now. Maybe that wasn't optimal, but I just didn't want to waste time spending too long buying stuff. At least what this means is we're not going to have to slow down too much in the corners. Yeah, actually my concern with Gearbox is that we might go past the rank 400 mark and have to buy, or not buy, have to use the restrictor plate, so... Although I guess that isn't too big of a deal, but I don't know. It's hard to say. So yeah, when we upgrade for Tier 4, I'm definitely going to increase the steer bias. Yeah, we can get the engine swap and stuff later, though. It's not too big of a deal right now. We're already high Tier 3, so not much to worry about. And I actually do not remember where this time trial goes. Oh, so this cuts through the dirt here. So, TheLegoManiac10, welcome to the stream. We're on the very first race of Tier 3 now. So you can actually see my splits over in the bottom left corner of the screen. So it took around 50 seconds for the tutorial. That's off the screen now. And I think, oh wow, we almost hit that bus. So around 50 seconds for the tutorial, 26 minutes for Tier 1, and then an hour for Tier 2. And so right now we're at an hour and 30 minutes total for the speedrun. Yeah, that 1.5 times cash multiplier is very, very useful here. And this next race I think is Dirty Dash, where we actually have an AI with the new Stallion RSX, which was just added in the most recent update a few days ago. New tires and suspension is pretty good around these corners, at least. Yeah, I think on Tier 4, definitely we're going to start just getting pretty close to maxing everything out. And then for Tier 5 is when we're going to start buying the other stuff like brakes and clutch, which aren't as big of an advantage. Yeah, actually, what is the best engine for this car? Since we'll want to buy the best engine right off the bat. So, does anyone actually know that? So I have the best supercharger right now. So what's the best engine for the Bullet? Oh, V8 is the best? Okay. So yeah, we can go with the maxed V8 then. Alright, V8 and supercharger, so that sounds good. So we already have the supercharger, so all we need is the V8 to go with it. I don't know if the V16 actually fits in the modern Bullet, since it has a slightly smaller engine bay than the older one. Ah, that was almost bad. Tier 3 might actually be one of the shorter tiers because we have decently fast cars, but the races aren't super long yet. I'm not entirely sure. I guess after the speedrun finishes, we'll be able to see which tiers take the longest. Lucky there was no traffic there. Alright, Cakes. See you soon. Okay, what is the next race here? Is this the one that sent us back into town, maybe? Or are we going to still stay around the canyons for a bit? Where are we headed? Oh. Land it, land it, land it. We can't land that. Okay, that's unfortunate. Oh, I think I remember what race this is. Yeah, okay. Get out of my way. Faster, thank you. We're so much faster now than the last time we drove through this road. On the speed camera you can see we almost hit 150. Almost hit that bus there, that was very close. I think if we hadn't gotten the upgraded suspension, you would have actually slid into that bus there, so did something for us. And we are way outrunning our opponent right now. Do we have a turn up here, or do we... Okay, no, we just hit the finish here. Alrighty. And this is Thunder and Lightning, I think? Yep. Yeah, you might notice that sometimes right at the start of the race I hit the handbrake. That's because I'm mashing the A button to start the race as soon as possible, and A is also the handbrake, so when the race starts, if I'm still pressing A, I'll get the handbrake very briefly. Go 140 to skip the double hill. Yeah, I don't think this car can make that speed quite yet. I will say that it's kind of nice having maxed out tires and suspension already, because it means that I can take these corners without slowing down much at all. Ow. I did not see that guy, that was over a blind hill. Okay, let's see how fast we can get to the double hill this time. I highly doubt we'll be able to go 140 though. Yeah, okay, I think I lost way too much speed with that jump anyway, so... Okay. I'll just slow down a bit here, just so... Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll see how many tries it takes me to beat the final race. I'm not actually sure if I can beat it first try, especially with probably an under-upgraded car, since I don't know if we're going to be able to max this thing out by the final race. Hopefully no one's over this blind hill again. I'm just gonna shoot from the middle of the road since no one's gonna be driving there anyways. Whoa. And then after this race is reverse rematch, which is just the same route but in reverse. If I remember correctly, this is at the tunnel, I want to say. Yeah, so we're gonna have to make the U-turn here. You guys can't see since I'm not streaming with a face cam or anything, but I took that straight away as an opportunity to take one hand off the controller and drink some water. Reverse rematch. And we should be coming up on a chase challenge sometime soon-ish. Yeah, so for anyone trying to use the Christmas skip code, that was, well, for Christmas. So it's a bit after that now, so it's actually expired now. I think it actually was up for like a week and a half, so it gave you a pretty big window to use it. Nahum, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, sorry if I'm not. Ask if I'm going to be playing online sometime? Maybe, I might stream that at some point. For today though, I'm only going to be doing a speedrun of the single player campaign of the game, and I don't think I'll have the energy to be playing online after I'm done with this speedrun, since it's still going to be quite a ways away until we're done. We're almost at the 2-hour mark now, and we're still not even halfway done with Tier 3, so... And Tiers 4 and 5 are probably a bit longer, both because of their chase challenges and just because of how long the races are in general. I'm wondering if it's faster on that turn to not brake at all and just wall ride, since you have to hit the jump anyways. Maybe I should try that next time. Yeah, the most important part of the downhill parts is to make sure that when you hit these jumps, you're going straight, because if you hit them at an angle, you're not going to be able to correct midair. So I need to get closer to the wall and not brake on that jump. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, we gotta do the Martinsville wall ride there, right? Go as fast as we can, hit the wall, no brakes. Alright, let's try it. I don't think it's faster, actually. I lost so much speed against the wall there. Wall ride didn't really work. The LegoManiac 10 does not like the fact that I don't let go of the gas when I'm airborne. Alright, so here's a chase challenge, and honestly, I'm wondering where we should go for this to get cops. This might be a bit annoying to find police, especially since it's night right now, because during night, traffic spawns at a lower rate, which means it'll be harder to find cops as well. So Kyoji, I actually did a Discord poll, and we agreed that I would not be allowed to skip any police chases, so I have to do all of the chase challenges. I might regret this when we get to the 15-minute chase challenge in Tier 5, but those are the rules that we agreed on at the beginning, so I'm just gonna keep staying with them. Otherwise, we would actually have had enough cash to even skip the Tier 1 chase challenge, and that one would have been worth skipping too. And I see a cop, so... let's give them a ram, since we want to get a fine of 5,000, so we just want to hit this guy over and over. About halfway there to the fine that we want. There's another 500. Alright, just 1,000 more bucks for our fine. I think we could probably just try and run now, and by the time we get away, the fine will be there, maybe? Hopefully? No, maybe not. Yeah, I think, hopefully... Yep, barely passed the fine by like 50 bucks. We're only $91 past the fine, so that's pretty good for saving time there. Did not mean to hit the wall there. I think after this we have the uphill toge race, and then there's the ultimate downhill after this, which is just an even longer downhill. So we go down the mountain, up the mountain, and then back down again, but through an even longer route. So here's uphill toge. There's also a bit of a weather progression through these three races. So if you play them all in a row, you'll notice that the first race is just kind of a bit cloudy at night. The second race, which is the one we're on, has some thunder going on, and then the last race is actually a thunderstorm with rain. I just thought it'd be fun to have that weather progression to kind of use the weather to make it so that it gets more intense as the races go on. Okay, now it's time for the ultimate downhill. The last of the three-part toge races. And this one, as you'll soon see, is going to be raining. Surprise attack comes after the ultimate downhill. Alright, thanks for the information. Yep, so that's going to be a getaway race, which means that it's another potential race to use if we ever need a cop to spawn for a chase challenge. I overshot that corner a bit. I am trying to read the chat right now, but it's a bit hard to read while driving, so I might miss some of the messages. Yeah, sometimes there's just too much stuff going on in the race at the same time, so it's hard for me to read that at the same time. Oh, a helicopter might spawn after surprise attack. Okay, so that's something to worry about. Oh yeah, that's right, because the race does take around 2 minutes, and the helicopter comes in at the 2-minute 15 mark during a pursuit, so that could be a bit difficult to avoid. We'll just have to play it by ear and see how that pans out. I really need a straightaway so I can drink more water. I'm getting kind of thirsty. That was probably a bad idea to use that straightaway to drink water, but I did. Right, yep, here's surprise attack. And immediately wreck the cops at the beginning just so they don't get... Ah, no, that's not what we want. Okay, I think we should restart. since we'd probably waste more time trying to just finish out that run. So let's try that again. Wreck the cops at the beginning, and hopefully we don't get hit by traffic in the blind corner again. There we go. Yeah, Jody, appreciate you making it to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Oh gosh, yeah. I almost forgot those guys spawned. I think this is a wall that we should just wall ride, yeah. Yeah, it's too bad I have to skip all the cutscenes. That's why I was kind of actually hoping that the poll for whether or not I should skip cutscenes was going to say that I shouldn't, but oh well. Okay, so next up is Barn Bandits. Maybe someday I'll do a more chill playthrough of the whole game where I actually spend the time to like customize my own car and stuff like that. I think it's already been pretty far into the run. We're already 2 hours into the run and I've been skipping every single cutscene just to go as fast as possible. So I think at this point I should just continue with that. Making pretty good progress through Tier 3 though. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the side because I don't know what's gonna happen in that barn. Yeah. They were trying to push through with 3 of them at the same time. And, whoa, they slowed way down there. So this is 2 laps, so probably going to be a less than 2-minute race, yeah. Hopefully I can actually go through the barn in the preferred line this time because they're all wrecking themselves back there. Countryside Attack is next, alright. Sounds good. So that's going to be against, I think Leadfoot is the name of the AI in that race. Yeah, that is another wall that I think is just fast for the wall ride. Okay, now making our way down this way. Is it raining in Countryside Attack? I think it is. I don't exactly remember. Oh no, I think maybe... Oh, Hometown is the one that's raining. That's right. And this one is just a time trial. I forget. Okay, luckily no train here. That would be pretty bad. There's the train. Almost hit that guy. Here's the school. Can cut through a lot of the grass there. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have a super fast record on this since my car isn't fully upgraded or anything. It's just supposed to be fast for the speed run, but it might not be fast for this individual race. Yeah, we still have a lot of time for that target. That's like 13 seconds left. Going to use the reset again there so that we don't have to worry about stopping the car fully for a U-turn. Here's hometown. Leadfoot has crashed way behind us. That's okay, we'll just try and finish this race as fast as we can. You really don't want to hit that patch of grass over there on the left side that I just passed, because it's going to send your car flying if you do, so that's just something to look out for in doing this race, or just driving in this area in general. Two more laps here. This time we're gonna have to slow down at the covered bridges just so we don't fly too high over the jump. And I think there it's better just to drive in the middle of the road since you can't really see traffic, and if you stay in the exact center line, you're going to be able to split the difference between the oncoming lane and the lane in the same direction as you. There'll be enough space for you. Ooh, I overshot that turn a lot. So did Leadfoot though. Catching up to me. I'm gonna slow down here just so I don't go up too high, and Leadfoot is gonna wreck. So Guise asked if I would bring back Nitro Nights or other multiplayer tournaments. I might in the future, I'm not too sure about that yet. I think if I did bring them back though, I'd like there to be a lot less manual work on my part to maintain the tournament bracket and stuff like that. Like, I want to make it so that sort of stuff can be automated so that the game itself is going to be able to take care of uploading who wins the races and stuff like that to a server instead of me having to just keep track of everything myself. Did not overshoot the corner that time, so that's good. And it looks like we have a pretty healthy lead over Leadfoot, so we should be able to get this race done soon enough. I think we're going to have a lot of cash after tier 3 because the final boss race is going to give like 50k just on its own. Uh-oh. Did not mean to hit that. Alright, coming up on the next race, which I think huge. Oh no, we just got a cop on us. That's not good. Alright, we'll only lose a couple of seconds because of that cop, but it's still a little sad that they spawned right there. Oh no, there's another cop there. I don't think they've made me out yet. Yeah, so in the first 30 seconds of a police chase, you're still anonymous to other cops, so they haven't called for backup yet, and so they won't recognize you. So if you, as long as you don't speed during that time, they won't be able to start chasing you yet. So Horsepower Hustle was removed from the game, and Surf Shimmy still appears in exactly one race. I'll point it out when we get there. And Eli just ran me up into the wall there. Okay, and he crashes. That crop duster really just did a barrel roll after Eli crashed and died. He just emoted on him. I think we'll gain some air here, yeah. The car's finally fast enough to do that. I think Surf Shimmy is in the Art of the Getaway. And we're already hitting top speed, so right now it looks like our gearbox is limiting our top speed, so makes sense since our engine's pretty powerful with the supercharger we purchased earlier. Able to barely hit an even 200. I thought we were stuck at 199 for a bit. On to the next race. And this one is... I think this is the one with... what's her name? Cindy. I don't think this cop is going to cause a time loss. We're going so fast and we're going to have to cut around anyways. Yeah, since we have to cut through here anyways, that cop just didn't matter for our run anyways, which is lucky. Yeah, the American way with Cindy. Oh no. How did I not wreck on those two traffic cars there, but then I hit the bus? That's honestly kind of impressive how bad that was. And we're gonna wreck here too. We both made the exact same mistake. This car is a bit unbalanced in terms of having very bad brakes right now. Cindy's going to wreck again, and that's going to give us the lead. I want to say this race should take us to the canyons, I believe, and then there's a chase challenge, and then we have back into town, if I remember correctly. Reese asked if I'm planning to expand the storyline, so I don't think I will. So, at the moment, Title Defense is really, in my opinion at least, probably the best ending for the game, because you end up in the position of the Street King, but you're also in a very fragile spot where anyone could steal the crown at any moment. And I kind of like that for the ending, because it's kind of poetic, you know, you end up in the exact same position as the person that you spent the whole game working up to be. And actually no chase challenge here. Okay, so it must be the race after this or something. Here's Doug. Red Psycho asked what the history of this game is. So, as you can see in the video title, I spent almost 10 years working on this game. Probably closer to around 8, and I want to make a full video on like the history of this game someday, since like it's a pretty long story that I want to share. But I guess a short version of this was that I wanted to make games and learn game development, and this is the project that I used to do it. So over the past few years, I worked on this game, learned how to program and 3D model and all that stuff along the way. And then I released this game around actually closer to 5 years ago, and we're gonna lose that race, so we're gonna actually have to restart it. So that's our first loss in Tier 3. But I spent around 4 years updating this game after release, and then that leads us to today. But yeah, I will definitely make a video at some point talking about the story of this game and how I got involved in game development. Alright, Smokescreen is next. Smokescreen is one of my favorite races in this game. I mean, of course they're all like my favorites since I made this game, but I think Smokescreen is one of the ones that I like the most. Partly because of the cutscene, which is kind of sad because we'll have to skip it. Okay, there we go. Okay, now this is the chase challenge that I thought was going to happen one race earlier. And we just have to get lucky now and drive around looking for cops. I think I'm going to head over towards, what is that race called again? Surprise Attack, since it's a getaway race, so if we start that race and immediately quit out, we can get the cops to start chasing us. I think the problem with going to the desert is that the desert doesn't have as high of a traffic density as the rest of the city. So like here we already just ran into someone, and we need 5 minutes for this chase, so actually I don't need to worry about ramming them to increase the time. Just need to keep them on my tail for long enough. Let's just drive on the beach a bit, because why not? We have 5 minutes to kill. Do not want to lose them that quickly. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's rough. We barely accidentally escaped this cop. Okay, that's a pretty big time loss, which is bad for our speedrun. Okay, I'm just gonna head back over to Surprise Attack now and get the cops from that race instead. They're also a bit faster since they use the Tier 3 cop cars. Okay, so now we finally have the cops on us. Let's see, I want to make a U-turn here. Alright. And we want to end this chase around the city. Oh, I was looking back. So... Grease asked if the beach road was always in the game, so actually it was added in the 80s update, which was update 2.2, I think 2, maybe almost 3 years ago. But yeah, it wasn't in the game earlier. Yeah, there's a roadblock there, so we're gonna have to turn around and go this way instead. And we don't want to make the same mistake as last time and accidentally lose the cops too early. Oh no, there's another roadblock here. Oh no. I think we got arrested. Yeah. This one chase challenge is giving me a lot of trouble. Big time loss here. Okay, so we have 170k though in the bank, which is pretty good. Alright, one more time. I'm really hoping we don't get any more whack stuff going on with this chase challenge. At least we spawned right in front of another cop. Alright, come on. Just give me a good, clean 5-minute chase, and then we'll be on our way. Gonna shove this guy along until the cop shows up. I want to stay in the city right now though, just because the city is going to be where the next race takes place. So Unit Lord suggested just skipping the chase challenge, but like I mentioned earlier in the stream, it's a rule actually based on the votes in the Discord server that I'm not allowed to skip any of the chase challenges with cash. So even though I could afford to skip this one right now, I just have to beat it. Just gonna wait here. Yeah, now we only have tier 1 cops on us, so they're going to be very slow. Lots of waiting for them to catch up. And there is a tier 3 cop, so we'll probably actually have to run now. So Grease asks if there's lore in the Street King. I intentionally didn't put too much in terms of a storyline, so there's like some vague suggestions of lore, like I guess some of the races have a bit going on in the description, and then there's like this whole thing where you're trying to become the Street King in this county. But I intentionally left the lore very loose because I feel like a lot of times when racing games try and have too serious of a story, it just gets in the way of the driving, and it becomes, I don't know, it can make the game worse if you have a story that just sucks, right? Games don't have to have a story to be good, but I feel like a game with a bad story will never be good. Alright, we can go a little faster now since we have the helicopter on us. Although we don't want to lose the ground units entirely either. I'm just going to kind of do loops around these in order to kill time and get the chase challenge complete. Two more minutes. You know, let's go somewhere else. I think it's a bit boring if I just keep driving loops around this place. So let's head towards the beach, I guess. Alright, so the helicopter's gone now, so we have to make sure we don't accidentally outrun the ground units. At least right for now while we're waiting for the time to reach the amount. Ow. Oh, that was kind of bad. Let's not do that.
That was almost really bad. If they flipped me, I would have lost this chase challenge again. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Come back, come back. Okay, there we go. Alright, just a few more seconds and then we can make a run for it and start the next race. I think maybe we should start trying to get away now. Throw them off by switching lanes here. I think one of them made it through actually. Alright. Oh, there's another cop spawn here. That's unlucky. Luckily, we can outrun this guy pretty fast. Alright, there's the next chase challenge done, and we have to do the next race now. So, getting close to the end of Tier 3, it's going to take basically another hour. Wow. I guess that's about right. So Tier 1 takes half an hour and then every other tier takes an hour or more. Makes sense. Ow. That was a bad turn. And we're heading over to Smokescreen now. Too bad we'll have to skip the cutscene though. Three of the least patriotic Americans here. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to the end of Tier 3 actually. We have what, like probably $200,000, $250 by the end of this. It's pretty good. Should be able to max out a lot of parts on this car. So Gweese asked why the old Tour has a more sophisticated crash model or damage model than the other cars, and actually the answer is that it doesn't. So I think maybe what you're seeing is the fact that the 3D model for the old Tour is a little more high poly than some of the other models, and so that lets the deformation be a bit more complex. But the deformation that I use for the damage model on the cars is all just done through code. It's procedurally done using just by deforming the vertices on the 3D model. And part of the problem with trying to make that model work on other cars, or at least bring over the same damage characteristics to other cars, is that they don't have as high polygon density, so I don't think it would really work there. So really, it's the same code running on every car in order to produce the damaged bodywork, but the way the car deforms is going to change slightly based on how I made the original 3D model. Final lap here. So I think Art of the Getaway is next. Someone, I don't remember who, asked about the song Surf Shimmy, and that's actually the one place where the song still plays, is in the Art of the Getaway. And here it is. And we need to make sure to avoid the SWAT vans that come and spawn in here. Oh no. I think we'll have to restart the race there. I probably killed our run. Hopefully that doesn't happen this time. Surf Shimmy does not play in free roam. This is the only time that it plays in the entire game, just this one specific race. Because I wanted this race to have something a bit unique. Oh gosh. Yeah, those guys are kind of scary. I think we're okay on time in terms of beating the target. But you need to go pretty fast through that intersection. Hey, in my defense for Frosting Axle, I said that I needed to avoid the SWAT van, and I did not get hit by the SWAT van. I might have gotten hit by another cop, but it wasn't the one that I was trying to avoid, so I guess I succeeded, right? If I remember correctly, the next two races are Venom and Stinger, which are the two... Yeah, those are the two boss races for this. And then once we beat those, we'll be on to Tier 4. Another nice cutscene you have to skip, unfortunately. Fun fact, the beginning of this race is actually identical to the tutorial, except this cop car right here is replaced with a faster one in this level as opposed to the tutorial. And also the tutorial takes place during the day while this is at midnight. And there's some spikes here that I need to be careful of. If you run over the spike strips, you're basically guaranteed not to beat this race. I wanted to make my way around that cop and not hit them. Now, I don't remember if this race is a turn at the end. I think it just goes straight all the way. Yeah, I see the finish flares there. Okay, and then this is going to be the final race in Tier 3. Big boss race. And I guess we need to figure out what we're gonna upgrade in this car when we get there. So when we head back to the garage, I'm thinking we're going to want to do the engine and gearbox. Although that might push us into tier 5, so I'm a bit worried about that. If it does, I'm thinking we should actually downgrade some other parts as opposed to using the restrictor plate, since we still want to have a fast top speed and good acceleration. Yeah, we should be able to afford both the engine and gearbox, that's the thing. Ah, I hit the spike strip. That was pretty bad. We're gonna have to restart this race. I'm gonna let the cop hit the back of my car so I can get a little boost. And then brake here so that they overshoot the corner. Alright, let's make sure not to hit those spikes this time. I think we need to catch B and get a pretty big lead before the straightaway, because B's straight line speed and top end is just much better than ours. We top out at 200, which is pretty good, but I think B's even faster, and her acceleration's much better too, so she's gonna get there before we do. I think we're going to want to... Do we want to switch over to the left side or stay on the right? I think we actually want to switch to the left. Yeah, because there's a roadblock over on the right side. And then we want to switch back over to the right at this intersection. Yeah. And there is tier 3. Oh, we still need to lose the cops, oops. Okay, let's get rid of the cops and then we can return to the garage and upgrade. Okay, now to figure out what we're going to do. So, engine, we want the best V8. Oh my gosh, that's already so good in terms of performance. We're already almost out of tier 4, so we can't actually do that much. Yeah, if we buy this, our car is going to be too fast, so... I'm wondering what we should do. Let's just max out the clutch, honestly, since that doesn't even affect our rank. Let's see. I could take the brakes down, you know, let's just see where this leaves us. So this is 502. So actually... Oops. Alright, let's see. It honestly doesn't matter that we're spending a bit of money there. Oh no, this is still tier 5. Wasted money there. Okay, let's buy these brakes. Alright, 492. Okay, you know what? This is probably wasting more time than it's worth, but let's upgrade back to these brakes. And we're gonna turn the steer bias all the way up. And then turn the restrictor plate up just a tiny bit, so we should hopefully be 499. That's close enough to 499. And here's the first tier 4 race. Yeah, I could get the worst ones, but then my car's unnecessarily bad. And I guess maybe I shouldn't have wasted that much time trying to optimize it that much, but I don't know. But yeah, we have insane acceleration now, so we're just absolutely going to outrun these guys on the straights. Problem with bad braking is we have to brake so early around the turns. Okay, by the time we get to tier 5 though, we're actually going to be set to max out this car. Too fast. Yeah, I'm still getting used to how this car drives. Oh my gosh, okay. So, lesson learned, need to brake very early on this car. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'll get used to this car's driving eventually. I think if I actually practiced enough and got like really good at the speed run, this would not be happening, but this is the first time I've ever really tried playing this whole game in one sitting before, so... I guess the one disadvantage of having bad brakes is it's going to make it difficult to stop if we see a cop. Yeah, they have all-wheel drive on their cars, but they still can't beat my acceleration. Yeah, that's true. I guess the reset button is something that I haven't really used enough, so if I'm going too fast and I see a cop, I should just reset. Wait, so Danilo, do you actually know how to get songs onto Spotify? Since I'm not actually sure how that works. There's the finish line. Oh, we're going way too fast for that turn still. Yeah, Eli's car is the same one that we have in the tutorial. Really, there isn't a lore reason for that. I just picked it because it's a nice car to drive in the tutorial, and it's also pretty forgiving because it's a heavy car, so if you wreck, it doesn't... Oh, what? I'm not sure how I missed that. So, Elred Killer asked if brake and handbrake together is worse than just using the brakes, and it is. It's equivalent to just using the handbrakes, which is worse than just using the brakes. I'm not actually sure how the handbrake compares, to using the worst brakes in the game. I think it's still worse to use the handbrakes to slow down, though. Oh no. That was messy. Let's just ignore that. Actually, Grease, I did make the Exorcist. That's one of the few songs that I did compose for this game. I think the further in the game that I get, with the exception of the final race, the worse my memory is with regards to like what is supposed to be happening in these races, and I am driving like garbage right now. I need to fix this. I think wall breaking maybe here might be the play. Yeah. Brakes are just too bad for normal braking to work very well. Hit the wall. Yeah. Hitting the wall is actually so good for slowing down when you don't have good brakes yet. Yeah, BD3 asked if I removed some of the songs. Yeah, some have been removed. A few are just ones that I didn't really think fit the game anymore, especially a couple that I composed. Some of the songs had to be removed just because of like copyright and licensing issues. At least with songs that were not composed by me. Obviously, I'm not going to have issues with copyright on songs that I make myself. What is this race? Yes, okay. This is against Logan, who is no relation to a YouTuber of the same name. Especially not regarding the fact that he's spoiled rich. Our straight line speed right now is just insane. And this guy will not get out the way. Oh my gosh. Ah! Still too fast. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm going to be very happy when I can finally get those brake upgrades, because right now I'm just kind of suffering around these corners. Yeah, Lazy Mations, I've been working on this game for probably around 8-ish years now, so almost 10 years, yeah. I'm not gonna say it's Logan Paul, but I'm not gonna say it's not Logan Paul either. So Danilo asked what my advice is for someone starting from the bottom with game development, and I'd say pick a project that's small. Don't do what I did and make a game that you have to spend almost 10 years working on. When you're first starting with game dev and learning things, it can be really easy to get discouraged if you pick a project that's too big and just way too much work. And I think a very important part of making sure that doesn't happen is managing your expectations, making sure that your project isn't something that's absolutely going to just burn you out with work. And I know that like it's kind of, I don't know if hypocritical is the right word to say, but like maybe contradictory for me to say this since I spent so long working on this and this was basically the project that I used to learn programming and Unity in general, but I personally would not recommend going this route for anyone else. I don't think your first project should be something you spend long on at all. It should be like a week at max. Oh no. It's like Haley made the exact same mistake as us. I will say though that there's plenty of good tutorials and resources on Unity out there, and for your first project it's probably good to just start off by either directly following a tutorial or maybe like going off of a template or something like that. So I don't think, honestly I would say that if your goal is to eventually make a car combat game, you should start off by making something far simpler and hold off on that car combat game until you have a better idea of just how game development works and like your own ability to do work with, like your own ability to manage the workload. So Grease asked what, in my opinion, is the most needed for the Street King in terms of like new features or cars and optimizations. To be honest, I think the game is in a pretty good place for where it is right now, at least in terms of how happy I am with it, so I don't think it really needs anything. Like, I would say that at the moment it's already a complete game, and if this is the final state of the game, I wouldn't be like too disappointed. Like, it has everything that I set out to accomplish. I guess in terms of things that I would want if I could, I would definitely want to like optimize and improve graphics. But the problem with that is that it's just simply too much work for me, since I've realized over time, I mentioned this earlier with another question, that the biggest challenge with this game has been managing the workload. And with things like optimizations and trying to improve graphics, choices that I made a long time ago, early in this game development, are now coming back to bite me, and so that can make it very difficult for me to really try and change major things like that so late in the game's development cycle. So Lazymations, I think the biggest tricks with the speedrun are just like well, there's a few small tricks, I guess, so like skipping cutscenes and stuff like that, trying to go to the garage as infrequently as possible, because every time you go to the garage you're going to have to wait for the cutscene, and also you'll end up being teleported probably away from the next race. Making sure to be very smart with money, because since this is a speedrun, you don't want to have to grind and repeat races if you can at all avoid it. And then finally, figuring out how to get cops on your tail to complete the chase challenges is a big thing. So there are some races which have cops spawn in them, specifically getaway races are the most prominent ones, and if you start those races and immediately quit out, then the cops will stay on your tail, and so you can use that to get cops to spawn for a chase challenge, even if you can't find one in normal free roam. Alright, this is $10,000 fine for the chase challenge, and I am not sure where the nearest race with cops is. I don't know if there actually are any that we've encountered yet in Tier 4. Luckily that guy was right there, so we're just gonna ram him a bunch to increase the fine. So Frosting Axel asked why the Street King's livery looks kind of like a race car livery, and honestly it's just because I like the style. Like, there isn't really anything more to it, I just like the way race cars look. And yeah, Danilo, no worries. I appreciate you asking the question about game development, and good luck. so just a few thousand more dollars until we're done with this chase challenge. Yeah, the fine chase challenges are actually a lot faster to beat than the timed ones, since if you know the strategy of just repeatedly ramming the cops to earn an increased fine, then they can go by a lot faster. So there I purposely hit that roadblock even though it slowed me down because I knew that it would increase my fine a bit. I think at this point I can just work on trying to escape. Yeah, we only need 10,000. He's gonna catch me. Alright. But we're gonna be able to pop right back out of his range again. Yeah, so L Red Killer, like I mentioned before, hitting stuff in general will increase your fine. Driving fast will increase your fine. And then finally, hitting cops in particular increases your fine even faster than hitting just like random traffic cars and stuff. Oh, he's chasing me. I did not realize I was going fast enough there. Alright, well, no worries. We'll just make our way to the next race and hopefully lose him before we get there. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of airtime. See if our acceleration's still gonna... Yeah, our acceleration is just destroying these AI on the starts. I'm actually wondering if it's better to maybe buy a car for tier 5 now that I think of it, because the time spent buying the car might be more than made up for by just how much faster that car is. I don't know, because I'm realizing now that we're getting quite a lot of money out of these races, and that we might actually be earning enough that we can afford to spend more and not just be forced to complete the whole run in the bullet. I mean, I'm fine doing the whole run just in the bullet. Hey, I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of a UFO in this game. You didn't hear it from me. Oh no, there's a cop. Okay, we only lost a couple seconds to that cop. So Danilo asked if a YouTube channel is a good way for like self-promotion. I think it's okay. I'm not too sure about like how easy it is to grow a channel organically though, since like my own channel I've grown over the course of several years. It's still like relatively small, I guess, speaking compared to like other big game companies and other media sources. I think it's definitely not going to harm your growth in terms of social media following though. So JMI asked why we can just race the bosses again if we already beat them in King mode and took their car. And I guess in terms of like the in-game lore, so to speak, the way I think of it is anytime you repeat a race, it's not actually canon to the game. So, in terms of what actually happens in-game, you do every race exactly one time, you never repeat them. But you can just play the race again just for fun and to earn money, and that's not really part of the canon, that's just there, so the game has some more replay value. I don't remember if there's a SWAT van in this part or not. I might be confusing this with the final race. Guess not. Ow. So Kiyoshi asked about 100% speedrun, and I think it would be fun to see someone else do it, but I don't think I've got the energy for that. That would take way too long. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you need to do in order to 100% the game, so title defense alone, you have to get to, what's it, like max difficulty after 25 races, I think? And that's assuming you don't lose any along the way. And then there's also the drag races, which would add like probably another hour. Scenic shots. I guess scenic shots, you would have to be very smart about planning them out and taking them while you're just doing other races. Ow. That was rude. Okay, I'm not going to be able to land upright. Yeah, I think it's true that part of the problem with my channel is that it is a bit... I don't know if niche is the right word, since there are a lot of people that are into cars and racing games. I think part of the problem is just that it's hard for people to find a reason to follow my channel in particular as opposed to another, unless they're already invested in the game and like its development. And if they don't care about the game and the development, they're not going to watch the channel and start caring, right? Tier 4 seems to be going by decently fast. I think there's like an 8-minute chase challenge coming up as the next one. Still a couple races out, but just something to keep in the back of my mind. Another crash. Hopefully we're going to be able to catch him. With this acceleration, that's no problem at all. Yeah, Danilo, I tried somewhat branching out a bit with some content, but I think it's overall still like mostly just focused around the Street King. I mean, YouTube content takes a very, very long time to make, to be honest. Especially when I do like devlogs and stuff like that, where I have to script the video and then record and all of that stuff. And so I guess part of the problem for me is just the amount of time. Like, I don't have enough free time to make as many videos as I want. If I had a lot more free time though, I would definitely branch out more into other types of content and try and get more done there. I think we're gonna have to actually brake before the jump here, maybe? This turn is a bit sharp. Took that pretty conservatively just because I didn't want to overshoot it. Alright. Yep. There we go. There's another cop there. Too bad we don't have a chase challenge though, so we're not going to be able to make use of them. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe I shouldn't read chat during turns. I think I should only read chat when I'm on a straightaway from now on. Yeah, so I am using the automatic transmission in-game. I guess theoretically you could maybe actually do things a little better with the manual, but I don't know, I just felt like I don't think I would be good enough to really make use of it too much. Oh no. I'm just gonna... okay. Come on. I think it was still faster to just let the car roll there. We have not seen too many free roam racers that we could use for extra cash, actually. So Danilo asked that I get more freedom in terms of making stuff when I get out of high school. So I guess it depends on what you mean by freedom. If you mean freedom as in like freedom to choose what I do with my time and like freedom from, I don't know, like things that my parents require me to do, then sure, I get a lot more freedom when I went to college. But I think another thing to keep in mind is that I'm also, well actually, at least in my personal experience, I don't know if this is going to be yours, but once I graduated high school, I also lost a lot of my free time with responsibilities just in life in general. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. I got more freedom with regards to what I'm allowed to do, but I also have less freedom in terms of what I have time to do. We're gonna have to brake pretty early here because this jump still overshot it. Dang. Okay, hopefully I'm not going to fail this time trial because I feel like I've been driving pretty sloppily. Especially with a crash like that. Oh my gosh. I'd say that either way, regardless of if you go to college or not. So I'm assuming if you don't go to college, you would probably try and find a job right out of high school. And in that case as well, you probably won't have as much free time too. So I mean, like stuff like summer break, for example, when you're in school, is like a huge amount of time for you to use on projects like this or just whatever you want. But you kind of lose that if you start working. Oh wow, this target was pretty easy. Beat that by a lot. Here's race 2 against Logan. So Elred Killer asked what I'm studying in college. I'm doing computer science, so probably not too hard to guess given that I got my start in programming with game development, and that's something I've been interested in ever since. So I started off programming just learning on my own, in order to make this particular game right here, actually. But once I got to college, that's when I finally started getting actual formal education on how to code. Farewell addresses the next race. Interesting. Okay, so we're getting kind of close to the end of Tier 4 then. Which I think makes sense since another almost hour has passed since we finished Tier 3. Yeah, I think I knocked my license plate away. So Grease asked if I made a game before the Street King. I did make a few small games, but none of them are actually around anymore, unfortunately. I wish they were, because I would be able to make videos on them and show them, and also they're a pretty big part of like my game development story that I want to tell like in its entirety. So unfortunately for those parts, I'll just have to, I guess, you'll just have to go by my word, and I don't have anything to actually show for those games. If we'd landed that, I was hoping I'd be able to land on my wheels. Yeah, I wish I'd kept track of my old projects a lot better. I also actually don't have a lot of stuff with footage or anything of the older versions of the Street King either, so that's also kind of sad. Like, there's not too much remaining from pre-release that I can show off. So Danilo asked if I play any racing games, and yeah, I mean, I play a ton of them. I grew up with racing games, and that's why I've been so interested in cars and stuff ever since. That's not good. I guess in terms of racing games I've played a ton of the games in the Need for Speed series. So most recently I played Heat. Got my start all the way back with an FS3 Hot Pursuit, so that's a game from 1998. And I've also played Need for Speed 2, which I believe is from 1997, and that is one of the oldest racing games I've played. Let me think. Besides that, I've played... let's see. I played a couple of the grid games. Those were pretty good. Let me think. I've tried a bit of Assetto Corsa, but I don't have a racing wheel yet, and so I feel like that's not really fun to play simulator with the controller, since it's just kind of suffering to try and get precise steering angles with a joystick. In terms of what made the previous cop we were racing against get fired, well, there's no particular lore reason that I've explained. So, who knows? Maybe he was street racing as well, and that's why he's street racing you in that race. Yeah, I'm planning on getting a racing wheel someday once I get a more stable like place to live and stuff like that. And then that'll be pretty nice because I'll finally be able to drive in sim racers and stuff. It's a lot cheaper to sim race compared to racing in real life too, so... what is this next race? Yeah, Danilo, thanks. And also, best of luck to you for your projects in the future. So Hellred Killer asked what's the fastest I've ever gone in real life. So in an actual car, I haven't ever actually driven fast, since I haven't been to a track before driving at least. I guess technically the fastest I've ever been in real life would be on a plane, but I don't think that's really what you were asking there. In terms of driving, I probably only ever hit like 80 or 90 miles per hour our fastest, so... I mean, I never actually drove anything, like, particularly interesting on my own, though, so... I mean, I had a minivan in high school, and so that's not exactly something that is super fun to go speeding in. So Ubermorph, sorry. Oh my gosh, I can't speak today. Ubermorph asked if I met someone with a similar voice to mine. Interesting question. I feel like... Actually, so this is kind of funny. My roommate in college has a somewhat similar voice. It's not really similar enough that you would mistake us, but it is maybe similar enough that you might think we're like brothers or something. That being said, my actual brother does have a very similar voice to me, and it's similar enough that if you have a bit of like graininess mixed into the voice, like say through a phone call, then it's actually pretty difficult to tell who's speaking. Alright, this race is right in front of us. There's a little dip there, yeah. So there's like a tiny ditch to the right that I just passed by, and so I really didn't want to hit that because, oh my gosh, I don't want to hit that either. Hopefully that didn't just cost us the race. That is not the way we want to do things. I think... Did Clelia just hit the train? I think she just crashed into the back of the train there. Third time's the charm is the next race. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, so that's going to be the third and I believe final race against Logan. Not Ninja Fighter asks, what's my favorite car in the game? I think maybe the Monaco F8. I'm proud of that car because of the depth of the customization options that it has to offer, and I also just like that car in general. It's a nice, you know, V8 manual sports sedan. What else could you ask for? If I remember correctly, Tier 4 is the only tier without a getaway race? Is that correct? I'm not sure. And then Tier 5 has 2 getaway races. And so that's actually going to make things a bit more difficult for us when we have to do a chase challenge. So Danila said that you have a goal of starting a channel in order to advertise your stuff, but you don't want people in real life to find it. I think, honestly, you could do something similar to me, except just take the anonymity a step further. So, I don't show my face in any of my videos, and I have my name listed, but if you just put like a pseudonym or a username or something instead, then no one's gonna know it's you. And even if you speak in your real voice, honestly, the chances of someone finding your channel and then recognizing your voice just from that is probably pretty low. Like, I personally don't think I've ever met someone who knew about my channel before I told them about it. The boss race. Oh, that's right. The boss race is a getaway in this. How could I forget that? Alright, so now we have the 8-minute chase challenge. I'm just gonna go looking for a cop. There we are. I don't actually need to hit the cop for fine or anything, but... Oh yeah, so Danilo, I was just saying to you that if you want to start a channel but you're afraid of people finding you in real life, you could just do something similar to what I do, where you don't show your face or anything in your videos, but instead of like actually putting your name on the channel, you can take it a step further and just go ahead and like use a pseudonym or something. So like, I don't know, maybe I could have made my channel just literally call myself the Street King in all of my videos and stuff like that, so I guess the Street King would have been my brand and the name of the game, and then in that case I would be able to stay anonymous as well if I had done that. Okay, and this needs to be an 8-minute chase, so this is going to take a while. Which also means I really do not want to have to repeat this chase, so I should probably drive a little more conservatively and stop crashing into everyone. Okay, I think I'm going to loop back around to the repair shop, and then get a repair, and then head to the beach. Oh no, there's a roadblock here. That is the last thing we want. Yeah, you can just think of some other nickname, but honestly, I feel like the chances of people finding your channel are not that high unless you become extremely popular anyways. So like, at my level of popularity, I mean, I guess to be fair, I don't really have too many followers or anything, but at my level, I've never actually met someone in person who knew about my YouTube channel before I told them about it myself, so... Yeah, I'm gonna head to the beach now, and just wait up a bit for the cops to catch up. I'm just gonna kill time, drive really slow. Okay, now I should probably start accelerating. So we still have 6 more minutes on this chase to run down. Well, I guess closer to 5 since it's an 8-minute chase. I'm just gonna drive around on the sand for a bit. I want to stay within range of the ground units even though there's a helicopter there, because the helicopter's just fixing to leave. Okay, I'm just gonna wait. I think this is a good chance for me to stretch, honestly. Is the cop actually stuck? I think the cop might be stuck. So Danilo asked if there's an other game that I've beaten a lot of times and still play. I guess for the most part, no. If I really beat a game, I don't generally replay the campaign of the game too many times. I guess I play a ton of Smash. but that's like more with friends and stuff like that, so I'm not really playing the story mode or anything there. I guess maybe Minecraft I've beaten a lot of times and I still play. Okay, I'm just gonna have to wait for like another 4 minutes here, so. Okay, this might be a really bad idea, but I'm going to step away from the computer for a moment. Okay, I'm really glad that I didn't get arrested because I was actually fully away from the stream and everything for a moment there. Okay, so we're just still sitting here waiting for the chase timer to run down. Let's see, it needs to be 8 minutes, yep. Almost there, just a couple more minutes. Okay. Helicopter's back at least. No, I think maybe I can actually make a run for it now, since the helicopter should last long enough that we're going to be able to keep it on the timer. Yeah, I think we can actually make a run for it now. I really hope this is not too early. So we're going to keep the helicopter on our tail, and then when we hit the 8-minute mark, we can head into the tunnel and lose the chopper. Okay, we're gonna have to take a different route, I guess, just to get away from that one cop that found us on the ground. Okay. Yep, this worked perfectly, so we'll get that 8-minute chase. Oh no, another cop. I don't think that really matters too much. We didn't lose too much time there. Oh no. Okay, now we're losing a bit more time. And we're just getting pretty unlucky with the cop spawns now. So many of them. Alright, finally, there we go. So Elred asked if it's possible to remove the sound and smoke when you're on dirt of the normal... Wait, this is the normal skid sound and effects when you're on dirt. I guess technically it is possible, although... I don't know, I think some of the code is honestly pretty messy since it was written so long ago. I'm not sure if it's really worth it. So, Record Smasher. Should move my mouse somewhere else, and I think I might have already botched that. Since this race is pretty tight of a time window to beat. Let's try that again. Okay, maybe not as tight of a time window as I thought it was. Still have a fair amount of leeway there. Okay, I think next race is going to be our introduction to Spike, if I remember correctly. I see a cop in the distance, which is really annoying because we can't speed near them, otherwise we're going to accidentally start a chase. Oh wow, I just got clipped by someone. Oh, we got the same song there. And I just absolutely dumped Spike there. Can't wait to finally upgrade the brakes on this thing. Hey, it was just a simple bump and run on Spike. I didn't do anything bad. Oh, oops. Ah, overshot that one. This is the one in the back. These spikes can be a bit tricky to avoid. If you don't, then you're just going to lose the whole run. I do not know what happened to Spike there. I think there are some more spikes coming somewhat soon. Need to be careful. I do not know if I actually remember where they are. This is kind of scary. Oh my gosh. I do not remember those cops there. Alright, on to the Tier 4 boss race, which again has a nice cutscene that unfortunately we're gonna have to skip. I see a cop right there in front of us, but they don't see us, so. Okay. Let's do this. I think you want to head to the right side here. Avoid them. Cut back to the middle to go through there. Yep. Oh my gosh, why is it playing this song so much? What are the odds? Did I make this the only song that can play in these events? Maybe I did. Actually, yeah, that would make more sense. Because I do sometimes make it so that specific songs only play in specific events, just so bosses can kind of have their own theme. No, I don't think the audio is actually broken. I just realized that it's probably supposed to play the same song on these races, and I just forgot I did that. Okay, here I think I want to cut to the left, because there's going to be a roadblock on the right side. Then, after that roadblock, I want to slow down and then cut back to the right again. Oh my gosh, this is not a good approach angle. That was pretty bad. It's okay. Okay, there's tier 4 done. And so now it's time to head back to the garage, max out this car, and then finish tier 5. Okay, so engine swaps, did we already do that? We already did that. So we want the max gearbox on, we already have the max gearbox? Oh, okay, looks like we do. Let's see. On max nitro. Max brakes. I don't think we have any other parts we need to max out. Let's see. This looks about right. I don't think it's worth spending time tuning. I think I already maxed out clutch earlier back in tier 4. Alright, so we're coming down to the final few races. Don't mind me just going through the middle of them there. Oh my gosh, these brakes are so much nicer now. So I guess a reset game button, to answer the LegoManiac10's comment, isn't super necessary, since there are ways to just reset your progress on both iOS and Android by just clearing the app data anyways. Ghost Gaming says this is the most American track in the game. Yeah, I guess this is only left turns, and it's pretty fast paced too. I guess having a reset game button is just a convenience feature. I mean, I could add it. It wouldn't be too much more. I just feel like it's a bit unnecessary, I suppose. Yeah, look at this. As soon as I upgraded my brakes, I didn't even hit the walls a single time during that race. Makes this car so much easier to control now. Alright, Danilo, thanks for tuning into the stream. See you soon. Okay, we've played that song like 10 times in a row, so I'm skipping it. And we're already topped out. This car's acceleration is so good. There's wall braking. So I think after I finish the final race, I'm just going to be ending the stream there. This has already gone on for almost 4 hours now, and it'll probably be closer to 5 by the time I finish this race. Or not this race, finish the final race. So after this race is going to be the first major introduction to the snowy summit part of the map, since no other races so far have actually gone up all the way to the part of the mountain where it gets snowy. Slip and slide is the next race, okay. Makes sense since we'll be going up to the frozen ice lake. You know, I'm really curious to see someone like actually develop some more in-depth speedrun strategies for this game, though, where they actually try and plan out a route and everything, you know, make use of things like police chases and getting arrested and teleporting you to a different location, stuff like that. On to slip and slide. Probably shouldn't have stayed on the grass, or not the grass, the snow so long through that turn, but whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay on the main road here since this car is not super good off-road, so I'll make use of the better grip up on the asphalt. Final lap around. Reset there just so we don't lose any time from the flip. think I slowed down a bit too much for that turn, but better to slow down more and not hit something than to crash and lose a ton of time, I guess. We are absolutely outrunning the opponent. Snowy circuit. Oh, did they just turn each other? Yeah, I think Boris just spun Michael out. Here, I think I'm just still going to stay up on the asphalt. This car just slides too much when you go off into the snow. Oh, I just realized it's slightly snowing in this race. I didn't even notice that. Might be hard to see on the stream because of compression. Ah, overshot that one. I think I got into the snow and that's why I lost grip and hit the wall. Up to the last lap, and I think the next race is going to have some cops in it. Ow. That was a very sloppy turn. Now it looks like I only have 2 lights over on the left side of my car instead of 3. Yep, Dusty Destination. Another race with a nice cutscene, but we'll have to skip it. Oh no, don't lose the race now. Okay, that was kind of scary. They almost caught me right at the end because I crashed. Oh no. I just spun in the ice. Okay, slipping away is next. And then I think it's Dusty Destination. Oh no. That's not how you want to take that turn. Let's try that again. Yeah, so people asking how long I've spent developing this game, it's been pretty much around 8-ish years, so almost a decade at this point. There's some cops here, yep. And then there's a big SWAT van coming. Oh my gosh. Okay, I did not play my cards very well there. I think I needed to go over to the left side of the road to avoid the SWAT van. I'm wondering if the chase challenge is after this race or if it's the next one. There's no one below me. It's good. Could have landed on top of a traffic car there. Ow. Okay, yeah, so really what I should have done there is immediately restarted the race so that I would have cops on me. Okay, but that actually doesn't even matter. This is better. Okay, so we got a random cop spawn. Okay, so we need a $25,000 fine, so that's going to be a lot of ramming. Might want to make my way over to a repair shop though, because this car is pretty beat up right now. So I think I'll head this way. I'm going to go to the repair shop before smashing my car up some more. Let's hit this guy, a little bit more extra cash. Oh no. Okay, that almost flipped me. That could have been pretty dangerous. I think I should just go to the repair shop now. And this guy's very slow, which is unfortunate. Oh, there's a cop there. We should go. Oh no. Okay, I guess we'll have to go this way then. Really hope I don't wreck at this point. Hopefully the roadblock is despawned now so I can go back towards the repair shop. Okay, yeah, so there's a smaller roadblock here, which means that the big roadblock is gone. So I guess another thing that really I only know because I'm the developer, but there's only actually one roadblock that can spawn at a time in the world. So if you see a roadblock, say, without a spike strip, then you know there's not going to be any more spike strips anywhere else. Now that only applies to when you're in free roam though. When you're in a race, roadblocks are allowed to spawn more frequently since they're actually following a scripted spawn system. Okay, finally we made it to the repair shop. So we can repair a car and then get back to ramming the cops. That's not what I want. I do not want to get airborne. Okay, this is getting a bit dicey. Hopefully the faster cops hit the spike strips, since I want to just have the slower cop to deal with so I can just ram them a bunch and not have to deal with the faster cops potentially catching me and also flipping me since their cars have pretty low noses. Yeah, I should probably stick close to the repair shop just so I can fix my car. Oh, I do not want to ram this guy, though. Actually, maybe when he stopped, I'll ram him. Not when he's going, though. It would obliterate me. It's 25,000, so need 5,000 more bucks. And then we're good. Ow. That hurt. You know what, maybe I should have just let him ram me, actually. I think I can start running now. Oh my god. Okay, let's just get away from these guys now. I've hit the fine. We're out of here. Oh! Spike strip. That was pretty scary. So the helicopter's going to go away since we're in the tunnel. We're going to lose him, and then we are going to finish this chase challenge. Let's see. Oh, why is the helicopter still here? What's going on? That's strange. Did not lose him in the tunnel. Huh. Alright, I guess new plan, let's just head back this way. Alright, there we go. Chase challenge done. I don't care if I make this car mad, but fast enough that we're not going to lose any time, I don't think. This race is going to be Dusty Destination, I believe. Oh no, who put that cockpit there? That's pretty annoying for this speedrun. Right now, can we start the actual race? And oh my gosh, that guy just flew. I mean, I guess I'm flying too, but... Alright. Oh no, this guy just wrecked me. Come on. I think he just absolutely destroyed those cops. Yeah, this guy just slammed him out the way like nobody's business. Around. Ah, I didn't want to spin him. Accidentally got up to his quarter panel though and turned him. Yeah, we still have quite a bit of ways to go since there's still a 15-minute chase challenge left. The final race is long. A lot of the races leading up to that are pretty long too. Oh my gosh, got caught there. I feel like there might be a SWAT van coming soon. Guess not. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, it's been so long since I made this race that I don't even remember what's going on and when they're going to appear. Yeah, the problem isn't that the 15-minute chase challenge is difficult, it's just that it takes so long, especially in the speed run. It's just such a big chunk of time. But since skipping isn't allowed, okay, where are we supposed to go for the next race? I think that's somewhere in this direction, I want to say. Yep. Shoot up into the lead. Oh no. That traffic car spawned in just the wrong spot. That's unfortunate. Okay, I think next time we're just gonna take the dirt path to the left just to be safe. Because we don't want to go landing on top of another traffic car. Just kind of use Daichi there in order to turn a little better. That's not what I want. You know what? I'll take it. He gave me a speed boost. Appreciate that. Okay, so this time, let's just go the safe route, go to the left. Maybe this isn't the safe route. Come on, land it. I honestly don't know if I lost more time doing that or if it would have been better to reset. Okay. I guess next time I should just try going down the middle of the road so that if traffic spawns, I'm not going to be like in their way. I don't know. It's a tricky corner. Yeah, we were able to go around him on the outside there. Ow. That was so bad. That too. Oh no. I think we might have just lost this race. Oh no. Come on. Can we catch him last turn? Nah, okay. That's rough. Okay. Oh yeah, takedown. See you around. Thanks for joining into the stream. Okay, let's not make the same mistakes as last time. And we just made a mistake. I think it's a lot better to crash there than here, though. Yeah, okay. And they're out of that. Oh no. Rip Jan. I guess I should go over to the right side of the road for there. This part was just not worth staying on the oncoming lane through the blind corner. Oh no. Alright, at least we kept the lead through there. So, Ryoji said, or Kyoji, sorry, said take the upper route and stay close to the wall? Huh. I'm not sure if this is actually faster. Oh my god. I just got popped up there. And is that going to be another loss on this race? Okay. You know, I'm not going to try taking the upper route anymore. It's not worth the risk. Okay, let's try to just take the safe route slowly through the road, I guess, this time. Ah! Not again. Keep overshooting that corner. Yeah, I think it's just safer to go through the road instead of taking the upper route. At least for me. I guess if you were a better player than me, you would probably be able to take the upper route instead, but yeah, I don't want to risk it. We've already done this race twice, so I do not want to have to repeat it a third time. Oh, don't hit the wall. Don't hit the wall. Ah, we hit the wall. You know what? That was a perfect spin and they all wrecked behind me, so I'll take it. That works. Alright, I'm really hoping I do not have to repeat this race third time. That would be pretty sad. No traffic, nice. No, I'm gonna take it easy on this jump. Don't want to risk anything happening. Okay, finally. Alright, now on to the next race, which is this King of the Canyons? Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure. Alright. Whatever, we can deal with the cop later. Oh dang, I forgot I replaced Hunter's car. Even though it wasn't that recent, I'm still used to him having the Tormento instead. Cake asked if I prefer the Chevalier or the Rue, or La Rue. I guess La Rue is nicer. It's cool to have a Ute, you know? Alright, 4 laps through the desert. And then I want to say that there's a getaway race right after this. Yeah, so I am playing on the hardest difficulty for every single race. And yeah, the big advantage, especially in a speedrun, is that you get more cash. I guess actually in Tier 5 it doesn't matter what difficulty you play on, since you're probably never going to return the money to you're never going to return to the garage to use that money anyways. But yeah, also it's more fun to say that I beat the whole game on the hardest difficulty too, so... Oh, it's blind corner. think I should try and take this jump a little better this time around. Last time I was too fast on the jump, so I ended up flying into the canyon wall. Yeah, I think that was too slow now. I guess I would have maybe completed this a little faster if it wasn't King only, because I could have just, you know, lowered the difficulty on some of the races that I had to repeat. But yeah, I mean, ideally, if you really practice speedrunning this game and got really good at it, it wouldn't matter what difficulty you're on anyways, you would still be able to do the race really quickly. Oof, that kind of hurt. I think we have a big enough lead that that crash is not going to be too much of a problem though. Okay, that time was a tiny bit too fast. Not as fast as the first time, but still enough that we took the turn wider than I wanted to. Okay, no mistakes. Last lap. There we go. Done with King of the Canyons. Let's slow down before we reach this cop. Yep. Dang, I love when spam bots invade my chat. Okay, how am I doing on time for this? This is a getaway. I think I should be fine. Yeah, I'm coming right up to the finish line here, so. And there we are. And we need to escape this cop as fast as possible. Should have gone this way for the next race. Ah, there's a cop right there. Yeah, this acceleration on this car is still insane. And after this, I believe, is Queen of the City. Well, I just realized this race is... Well, actually, no, never mind. I was going to say something else, but then I realized I wasn't actually correct on that. Can I thread the needle between these cars? Barely. I think I hit the van actually slightly, but it's close. Final lap. Yeah, we're like not even halfway through Tier 5 and we're still already almost at the 4.5 hour mark. Okay, on to Queen of the City. And there's a cop there, of course. And we crash. Great. And there's another cop there. Not the best. Oh my gosh, why are there so many cops here? Why are there so many cops here? There's another one in front of me. Okay, hopefully I won't run into any more cops on the way back to this race. I think after this it's the countryside, and then the final one is the mountains. Ah, that was too fast. Needed to do that to scrub off some speed. You know what? Hitting that roadblock there is actually might be a time save, because if you hit it on the first lap, then in later laps when you encounter that roadblock again, it's already going to be busted open, so you can just fly through it. Every lap you go through that corner right there, the cops that spawn get faster. Like, they get better and better cars each time. So in the final lap, they're going to have the maxed out cop cars. There's that hole I created on the first lap through the roadblock that makes it a lot faster now. Subsequent laps to go through. brake again there. Up to the final lap. Alright, so these cops are actually able to catch me now since they're so fast. Ball breaks so that they shoot past me. Okay, where is this? Okay, it's over there. So I don't want to be too fast. Oh no, I just got the cops. That's exactly what I was saying I didn't want to do. Get away from the cop. There we go. Time for the Devil's Duel. Yeah, I guess a lot of the Tier 5 races in general could be considered bosses. Alright, easy win. And this is on to Devilish Deeds, I think. Okay, so we're coming up to the final chase challenge at some point. Time we got there. This race is pretty difficult to do if you don't know the cop spawn locations. You basically have to memorize them in order to do well. That part's kind of tricky. Oh no. Just barely clipped the pole there. I think here I'm gonna go to the left, cross back over to the right. Here. Cut to the right. Oh my gosh. Right, as long as we don't lose this, we're good, but Blair's catching up pretty fast. I think I see the news helicopter up there. Yeah, we just overtook the news helicopter. think across the bridge is probably this race? Might be after this. Ow. Or maybe this is a different race. Oh no, this is the countryside races now. Across the bridge is after that? And we got another car. Great. Okay, a bit of time loss there from the cop. Not too big though. Clean up the countryside. Need to slow down a lot here. Okay, so across the bridge is after Queen of the Countryside. Carol's still a far distance back. I think we're coming up on the finish soon-ish. Yeah, just through the barn. And then we have across the bridge, right? Oh yeah, I remember this race was updated in the 80s update so that both of the cars of your opponents are 80s cars now. That's why I play some 80s update music as well. That got pretty dicey at the end of the bridge. I almost overshot the corner and went straight into the light pole. Are we coming up on the last chase challenge now? Yes, we are. Okay, so this one I'm going to go to Queen of the City and start that race to get the cops. Okay, now we can quit this. And time for a 15-minute chase. Oof, this is gonna be a long one. Yeah, I think we're gonna still be over the 5-hour mark when we finish this run. Yeah, I could hide in the beach again, but I feel like that's a bit boring for a 15-minute chase. Should probably do something else, right? Finally, that cop caught back up. That's true. I do have 15 minutes. So, if you have any questions or stuff that you wanted to ask that I didn't answer because I was driving, now is the time to ask, because I'm going to be spending a lot of time waiting for these cops. React to some videos while waiting for the challenge. I feel like that might be a bit difficult to do. I don't have the stream set up for that either. Also, I guess the point of reaction videos is to have a face cam, right? Where you can see the person's, like, expressions when they react to stuff. But, I don't know. Oh no, I don't actually have a camera. This guy just rammed me. That was not very polite. Getting out of here. Would I consider adding more wheels to the game? Maybe. I mean, we'll see. There's a lot of stuff that could be added to the game, but a lot of stuff that takes a lot of time to do as well, so... I'm resetting there. I don't want to get flipped and arrested. Cake asked if there are more racers exclusive to Title Defense like the Nitro Knights people. There's a few that are exclusive to Title Defense, like... I'm not sure if I remember too many of them, to be honest. I think... Was it Gordon that's exclusive to Title Defense, maybe? In the GT3? So I am planning a Left Turn Legend crossover update sometime in the future after Left Turn Legend itself releases. And that's going to be sometime in the next few months, hopefully, whenever Left Turn Legend comes out. Hold on, I'm going to turn the light on in my room. Okay, there we go. Now I can see stuff a bit better. And oh my gosh, that guy is going fast. I'm resetting, I do not want to get arrested. And another reset. Okay, so we still have almost 11 minutes to kill. Helicopter's on us now. Fun fact, that voice you just heard from the police is actually me, but when I was a bit younger. A few years ago, I guess. These cops also have spike-proof tires, so they don't even care about spike strips. They also have horrible braking and handling, though. Ow. This free roam racer just bumped me. What is this guy doing now? Just gonna wait for him to make his way over. Okay, yeah. Let's get over here. Can you take out the SWAT cars? So actually the SWAT vans are invincible, since they're heavily armored, so... I'm not sure if it's the best idea to be looping around the SWAT van right now, honestly, because if it hits me once with a good angle, it might just flip me. Ow. I'm getting shoved. Ow. Okay, let's go get another repair just to be safe. Not really sure what sort of racing there will be in the Left Turn Legend update, to be honest. Still debating whether I want to do more short track stuff, or if I'll do like a longer super speedway style thing. I guess I could go over to the parking lot. Here's the parking lot. Oh no. I do not want to be stuck in that corner. I guess I can just use the parked cars here kind of as a buffer. If I just drive around like this, it's very hard for them to go around the parked cars. Yeah, that's enough for the parking lot. Okay, only 6 more minutes of this chase challenge. And then we're on to the final few races. I'm gonna follow this guy. I wanna see where he goes. Oh, into the back of a semi-truck apparently. So I'm still not fully decided on what exactly the Left Turn Legend update is going to have. So there's already a couple new cars that are going to be added that I've already finished at this point, but beyond that I'm still not fully decided yet. Dang, that racer just took out the cop for me. What a nice guy. Thank you. Alright, 4 more minutes of this. Crash? Oh no, he's still going. Oh no. I did not want to escape him now. That got shot in the back. He just... That cop just completely destroyed that free roam racer. Got obliterated. Well, that cop's almost dead. I'm resetting there. I don't want to risk getting busted. Oh, that cop is dead. Rip Sergeant Mulberry. And he just hit the spikes. Reset. Right, who hit the spikes? One of the Johnsons hit the spikes. There's 2 Johnsons, but one of them hit the spike strips and can't drive anymore. Ow. Alright, 2 more minutes. Is there a spike strip here? No, there isn't. This is the Officer Johnson that did not pop their tires. Okay, almost time to get rid of the cops. Just 1 more minute. This cop is almost dead, so I think what I can do is once the helicopter leaves, I can just get him to crash and wreck himself. Or he can pick me up like that. Or I'll just wreck him now. Okay, now it's time to get out of here and lose the cops. challenge done. So this is the final countdown, and then we have King of the Mountains, then Proving Grounds, I think, and then finally the final race of the game. So 4 more races left, and then we'll be done with the speed run. Yeah, we're definitely going to be past the 5-hour mark by the time we finish the speedrun, since the final race alone is like 10 minutes. I lost a lot of speed there, shouldn't have slowed down that much. Wall ride? Yes, wall ride. I did not see that traffic car. Blended in with the road since the car was so dark. Yeah, this time trial's long. It's like a 4-minute limit on it. Also not driving the best, I've been hitting all the walls. Ah, that was bad. I way overshot that corner. Okay, I think I should focus on driving more. I'm running into everything right now. Wall ride this. Yep. Cut straight through the desert here, and probably try and get to the road as soon as we can. Yep, there we go. Oh my gosh, let's hit that guy. Oh wow, we had a pretty big amount of time to spare for that. Oh, there's a cop here. That's gonna lose us some time. That's rough. It'd be kind of funny if there was a peaceful mode you could turn on in this game to make cops despawn like in Minecraft. Alright, final 3 races in the game. think this race is about 5 or 6 minutes long, if I remember correctly. So yeah, the last few races definitely take the time up a lot. So I wanted them to be epic, long, drawn-out battles, so... Yeah, I'm not actually sure if anyone else has speedrun this game before. I just thought it'd be fun to try it. Oh, okay. So Fadland says he attempted it once but used the playtime stat. Yeah, I'll try taking a look at the playtime stat too once I'm done, although it might be... I guess the playtime stat is going to be a little higher for me because I had to do some stuff with chat moderation for a bit earlier in the stream. And also the unfortunate part about the playtime stat is that I guess it doesn't take into account that different devices are going to have different loading times. So ideally, actually, the time that is shown at the bottom left of the screen isn't going to be my final time. Instead, if we were to try and make this a fair speedrun category, we'd want to cut out loading times and stuff, so having different hardware wouldn't make it worse for other people. 6 hours and 50 minutes for only Plastico, dang. That's pretty impressive, beating the whole game just with one car. Corners on this part of the mountain, and then we'll be out of the town and heading back down to the base. I'm a bit nervous for the final race, to be honest, since I'm not sure if I can actually beat it first try, so we'll have to just wait and see how that goes. That jump messed me up. Looks like it messed him up too, though. Okay. Final 2 races. There's Proving Grounds. What do I think is better between Brian and Otto? I'm actually not sure. I think they're pretty evenly matched for the most part. Brian right now is giving me a fight. putting up a really good fight. Keep pulling up beside me. Oh, until that happened. Should have gone around that traffic car instead of going there. I did not have brakes in that turn, it felt like. And also, I know that it's possible to beat the final race without repairs, but I don't think I'm going to try and risk it, since if I wreck, it's just going to be a repeat of the entire 10-minute race, and in a speedrun, that's just so bad to have to repeat such a long race. Oh, usually Brian's ahead? Interesting. I guess, yeah, he is ahead in this race too, so makes sense. Almost there. I'm not going to risk going into the dirt for this, I'm just going to stay on the road. Alright, it's time for the final race in the game. And for that, I'm actually going to mark another split on the speedrun, so there's going to be one split just for the final race. Alright, so here we are. Okay, let's hope that I'm able to beat this first try. So far I have an early lead at least, but this probably won't last too long, to be honest. So I think I'm aiming to hit 1 or 2 repair shops. So the first one is the one in the countryside, possibly. And then the second one is going to be the one in the mountains near the Rocky Summit parking area. I feel good. Trying to keep this under control. That traffic car stopped at just the right spot to block me. Alright, we're gonna ignore this first repair shop since I think I don't need it. Keeping a pretty good lead on Raymond. It's weird to say that since it's not even me, Raymond, it's the other AI Raymond. Ooh. And these guys got in the way, and Raymond got through. That's great. Alright, so now we're gonna have to play catch up. Okay. Oh, now we're in the back, which is not ideal. I want to be leading if I can. Right, catching back up in this downhill section until I did that, of course. Can I spin him? Looks like I can't. Dang, this cop's good. Oh my gosh! That cop just took him out. You know what? Thank you, random cop. That corner is risky because it's blind. This one too. Alright, there's going to be some SWAT vans coming down from this mountain, so you need to be prepared to get out of the way. Ah, who put that there? Okay, you know what? At least they caught the other guy in it, so... These cops and roadblocks to just block them off. All right here. All right, and then we're gonna take this repair shop. Ah no! That spun me. And he wrecked. Okay, you know what? We're still in the lead. That's what's important. Take the repair. I know that's a lot of time lost, but I just don't want to risk wrecking on accident. And also this means I can be a lot less careful with wall riding and stuff. Yeah, that part you just need a lot of speed coming out of the run, otherwise the cops will catch you. Oh no. I think I should have just reset earlier. And we're in second now. Okay. Hopefully we didn't lose too much time with that. Okay, I see him on the map at least, so not too far behind. Oh my gosh, the traffic car! There's nothing I could do there. Spawned in the perfect spot just to block my route. Okay, I see him appeared on the map again. Yeah. hoping we can run him down in the mountains. Be nice if we could catch up before then too, though. Ow. Okay, we got the lead back. That's what's important. I think there's some roadblocks here, so should be careful of those. There's one. Okay, on to the mountains. Getting close to the end. It's gonna be a SWAT van coming up, so I'm just gonna hit the wall. That's yeah. Alright, final stretch. This is where it could all go downhill. Alright, I have a pretty sizable lead at least. I'm gonna go wide here to avoid the roadblock entirely. Do not want to hit those spike strips, otherwise this run is over. Alright, see him catching back up. He's a little scary. Alright, he's not too close though. He got this. Alright, GG's. This is it. Alright, let's go! There's the final race! Whew! That was a marathon. Alright, so 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Well, no, 5 hours, 12 minutes, 32 seconds is my final time. Woo! Let's go! Alright, now I'm just curious, what's my in-game time? Alright, so 5 hours, 10 minutes in-game. I guess some of the loading time wasn't counted in-game, so that makes sense. Ooh, first try on the final race, let's go! Alright, well that was really fun. Managed to beat my entire game in just one sitting in 5 hours. Alright, let's go. Whew. Heart's still beating from that final race. That was very intense. Oh my gosh. Oh. Let's... Whew. I just need a moment to cool down. Okay. Oh, I think that's it for me today on this stream. So thank you to everyone thank you for everyone who tuned in. Sorry. Oh my gosh. I couldn't speak there anymore because I was so excited for beating the final race. Yeah, so thanks to everyone for tuning in, and I'll see you all next time.